They went on a journey once again. They didn't move through the mountain forest, but rather by borrowing formations. This was permitted by the three great experts, otherwise, if they traveled through the mountain ridge, it would exhaust too much time, a few months passing by easily. Soon after, Shi Hao and the others returned, arriving at the city where the young Qilin beast disturbance originated from. Shi Hao didn't actually believe they could find the little Qilin, because this little fellow was extremely stubborn, not willing to come out at all unless the young lady from the past came back. But how could something like this happen? Unless, of course, there was reincarnation. Of course, there was one other possibility, and that was if someone extremely similar to the young lady from back then appeared and tried to deceive it that way. There are people infected by darkness here. Shi Hao, you previously killed a group of heavenly deities and destroyed an altar, right? Really don't know if we'll be able to uncover more of these vermin. The little fatty Chao Yuxing said. Everything was by chance. If we enter the city and try searching one by one, it really will be too difficult. Shi Hao said. What he said were facts. If those people didn't become corrupted, not taking the initiative to reveal killing intent, it would be extremely difficult to find any clues. A wave of coldness could be felt from the distance, originating precisely from immeasurable heaven's blonde male. He glanced over, giving Shi Hao a cold smile that made one's heart beat faster. This person isn't weak, you have to be careful, Chang Gongyan said. In reality, which one of these foreign experts were ordinary? Otherwise, there was no way they would have the chance to come here. All of them had their exceptional aspects. Don't get in our way, or else you'll see what happens. That blonde male didn't hide his hostility at all, speaking from the distance just like that. If you want to die, then just come. Shi Hao only had these words. This was just the start, yet they were already standing against each other, fated to clash, only now wasn't the time. As long as the opportunity presented itself, there would definitely be a battle between them. Hold it in, the three great experts do not wish for us to engage in internal friction. If you confront him like this, it won't leave a good impression at all. Someone advised the blonde male. The city was just like before, people coming and going, all of them descendants of exceptional experts. As endless time passed, more and more creatures gathered here. During these past few months, that little white Qilin would show itself from time to time, but no one could capture it, only able to see it move about occasionally, leading everyone on. Soon after, 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal and the others arrived one after another. This naturally included Yuchan, Witch, and the others. Powerful groups of people appeared one after another, entering this city. Brother Ning, this is your natural luck. I feel like everything was prepared for you, Gu Jianyun said. He was an ancient freak, but he had always admired Ning Chuan greatly. Ning Chuan's silver hair fell down to his waist. His white clothes fluttered about. Even his socks and shoes were white, incredibly pure and holy. His expression was calm as he observed the city, not saying anything. In reality, everyone who understood him even somewhat felt that his opportunity might have arrived. It was because the patterns on his forehead had always been misunderstood by the outside world as dragon patterns, but they were actually Qilin imprints. When he was born, divine patterns appeared on his forehead, the irregular scenes astonishing. It was the same for the heavenly diagram on his back, triggering a huge commotion. Moreover, there was a legend within his birthplace, that a white Qilin was laying low there. All of this seemed to be foretelling that the white Qilin young beast was compatible with him, as if they were destined to be together. It was because ever since his birth, he had fate with the Qilin, the two's destinies intertwined. Shi Hao naturally saw Ning Chuan. This was what he wanted to prevent the most, because when he went on a mental journey back to Immortal Ancient, he had previously seen who the owner of the little Qilin was. It was a young lady and not Ning Chuan. In this world, if it was because he had some Qilin aura on him that made him end up becoming intimate with the little Qilin, that would truly be a regretful thing. There is a situation. After entering the city, the little fatty Chao Yuxing displayed his specialty, secretly learning about different situations, discovering a few abnormalities. That young Qilin beast projection is a bit strange, intentionally concealed by someone. Most of the people here can't see it. They attached great importance to this information, but it was clear that as time went on, the so-called secret couldn't be considered a secret anymore. Half a month later, many people all knew about it. When the little Qilin appeared again, it was cheerful and lively, not quite the same as before. This young beast was too inexperienced, whether it was happy or not completely written on his face. Everyone noticed this change. Even though that was just its projection and not his true body, it was enough to display its mood. Someone is getting close to it, moreover gradually being acknowledged. In the end, someone came to this conclusion. This news was like a clap of thunder, shocking many people. Was the little Qilin going to recognize an owner? The entire city erupted with commotion, none of the creatures able to calm down because of this. The news was just too shocking. Many people came for the little Qilin, so this piece of information was too important for them. This was especially the case for the few who knew the inner details. They were even more shocked. Is this going to prove that reincarnation exists in this world? That little Qilin is waiting for someone, and now that person appeared. What does this mean? Does this mean that 6 Dao Reincarnation's immortal king's suspicions were true? This triggered a huge uproar, no one able to sit still. Who exactly was it that drew the little Qilin's attention? Finally obtaining its recognition and about to come out because of it. Shuhao's mind was pounding intensely. He was looking forward to this, but also apprehensive, feeling extremely nervous. It was because if there really was that person, then he might be able to meet an old friend. Even though that old friend was someone he had only associated with in his dream back to Immortal Ancient, the emotions he felt were the same as if they had met in the real world. That experience was too realistic. Ning Chuan has gone missing. Exiled Immortal and 10 Crown King are in pursuit, Dragon Girl said. She had an ancient horn on her that was spiritual, displaying a few scenes. We will go as well. Shuhao released a low roar. He truly couldn't sit still now. In reality, this was not only the case for them. The blonde young man and the others from immeasurable heaven also moved, turning into an expanse of light, rushing towards the limits of the great earth. Everyone became a bit stupefied. Could it be that the one the little Qilin was waiting for was precisely Ning Chuan? Now, the two of them displayed some type of response towards each other, thus starting to get close to each other. Brother Ning, there is no mistake with your reaction, right? Gu Jianyun asked, following along. He sped along together with Ning Chuan. There is no mistake. It is the one, a true Qilin. The divine patterns on my forehead have sensed that it is going to appear in this world. Ning Chuan said. Normally, he was extremely cool-headed and calm, but today he found it hard to maintain that state. He looked stirred up, his current temperament a bit different from the past. The distance was extremely far. They moved in the boundless, uninhabited region, not letting anything stop them as they continuously ran for several days, long entering the primitive great wilderness. It was incredibly dangerous. One had to understand that when they entered the forbidden region from the 3,000 provinces, they followed an ancient road, so it was comparatively safer, yet even that took the lives of many. Now, they left that road, entering the most terrifying region. If they encountered danger, a single bit of misfortune and their bodies and spirits would be wiped out. In reality, not only them, exiled Immortal, 10 Crown King, Shuhao, and the foreign experts all moved, following over. Brother Ning, they are all following us. They have secret treasures, able to find our traces. If this continues, they will definitely struggle fiercely with you over the little Qilin. Is there a chance that the hard work will end up all being in vain? Gu Jianyun reminded. That won't happen. Ning Chuan was extremely self-confident, saying, as long as I can meet that little Qilin first, it will be too difficult for anything afterwards to change anything. As long as he received the little Qilin's approval a step before, he didn't fear anything that came afterwards. No one else could seize the little Qilin from him. He had confidence that he could obtain the young beast's trust. Elwu, up ahead, a black-colored tornado swept about, waves of howling noises sounding, making Gu Jianyun shiver inwardly, his scalp feeling numb. His expression was incomparably pale. What is that thing? He vaguely saw a few shadows rush out from the mountain valley ahead, turning into black gales. Heroic spirits who died in battle, Ning Chuan said. He was now scared as well because the shadows were too strong, exceeding sect master level. When they rushed past this place, a few mountains and valleys collapsed. Meanwhile, this was just the strong winds they raised while running normally, yet it already displayed this kind of power. Don't move, ignore them, pretend you never saw them, Ning Chuan reminded. Dong. Suddenly, in the mountain forest, muffled sounds rang out. A rotting corpse with enormous black wings on its back walked over from the distance, its body in tatters, feet trampling mountain peaks. A supreme being corpse? Even Ning Chuan's expression changed. What kind of place did they arrive in? Why was there always these types of things? It was too strong. He was sure that that rotting corpse was incredibly powerful when it was alive. Even now, no one would dare provoke this type of existence. Its body still carried a terrifying aura, and once it erupted, it could strike down the sun, moon, and stars from the skies. We arrived. This is the place. Ning Chuan suddenly stopped his steps. He looked at the mountain forest ahead, not advancing any further. That place was extremely peaceful, but also extremely strange. There was no wind in this forest, not even the slightest bit of sound. On the ground were many puddles. Upon closer inspection, they were scarlet in color pools of blood. It was unknown just how many years had passed, yet they still hadn't dried up. Apart from this, there were also a few corpses here, some on the ground surface, some underneath the soil, only parts exposed. Was this an ancient battlefield? They didn't know. Is this the place? I'll have a look myself. It was clear that there were foreign cultivators with sharp divine senses as well, feeling that the little Qilin was nearby. They wanted to seize the initiative, rushing into the mountain forest depths. Suddenly, the many blood pools on the ground shone, displaying a heaven-devouring force, immediately dragging him down from the air. Pooh! That genius who cultivated immortal energy directly landed on an extremely small blood pool on the ground. His body melted in an instant, becoming viscous blood. What? All those who saw the scene cried out in alarm. A powerful genius died just like that. It was just too easy, leaving everyone horrified. Everyone became silent, not uttering a single sound. This result was extremely cruel and also extremely shocking. However, at this moment Ning Chuan maintained his cool. His forehead shone, becoming more and more hot. The Qilin patterns appeared on their own, resplendent like a blazing sun. He couldn't hold himself back any longer, because he could sense that the little Qilin was right here, about to appear. Qilin! He released a great cry, activating the patterns on his forehead, resonating with the mountains and valleys here, releasing a great Tao divine sound. As a result, this place immediately became different. Chaotic energy appeared, immortal multicolored light surged into the sky. Everything became hazy, covering this place, wrapping everything within. In addition, a large mountain in front of them split open, erupting with overflowing holy aura. Everyone could vaguely see a snow-white little Qilin rush out. Moreover, what was shocking was that there was a young lady at its side who carried immortal Tao aura. Sure Hao was immediately shocked. The little Qilin really managed to wait until that young lady from the last great era appeared? How could this be possible? If it was true, then did this prove that there was reincarnation in this world? He opened his heavenly eyes, wishing to see who exactly this young lady was, if he had ever met her in this world before. Soon after, Hao became petrified, becoming as still as a clay statue. He stood there, completely at a loss for words. Only after a long time had passed did he say with a trembling voice, "It's her. It's actually her. Could it be that she underwent reincarnation in this world of mortals?" Mountain peaks collapsed, auspicious light surged, chaotic energy rising. The young lady walked over in a quick and skillful manner, following behind that little Qilin. It left its place of hibernation. The immortal Tao energy here was extremely thick, white mists surging, clearly a formidable precious land. Even though it had been sealed for endless time, it still looked extremely extraordinary and free from vulgarity. Sure Hao wasn't the only one. There were others who recognized that young lady. They all revealed cries of alarm one after another. Why did this girl end up running here? Chao Yuxing widened his eyes, looking like he was staring at a living ghost. Did she enter the sealed land ahead of time? Dragon Girl frowned. As for the others, for example, the foreign geniuses, they had never met that young lady before. Every single one of their eyes widened as they stared at the little snow-white Qilin, as well as that young lady. Great Immortal King. Could it be that the young lady was sealed from immortal ancient great era, living all the way until now to reappear with the white Qilin? Heavens! A long life being. Someone who didn't die all this time. Is she going to revive in this world? Many people cried out in alarm, finding this result difficult to believe. She wasn't that old, only looking around 13 to 14. Her figure tall and elegant. The silver hair soft and glossy like silk, hanging down to her waist. Her large eyes were like rubies, sparkling and translucent, intelligent as they spun around, sizing up the surrounding situation. This was a young girl who looked full of life, extremely lively, her expression somewhat playful. She was currently contemplating how to leave this place. Soon after, she saw the stupefied Sure Hao, and then her large red eyes immediately released radiance, grinning from ear to ear as she said loudly, "Hey, hey, hey! Why aren't you hurrying up and saving me? I'm right here." She was the little rabbit. For some reason, she ended up running here, moreover right to the little white Qilin beast. At this moment, she saw the situation clearly, discovering that many enemies' eyes were burning red-hot. So she immediately sought help from Sure Hao. In that instant, everyone looked over towards Sure Hao. There was assistance. This is exactly what I was saying. How could a little girl obtain the white Qilin? A foreign cultivator said quietly, not fearing that little girl. But they didn't dare look down on Sure Hao. How did this little girl obtain the white Qilin's recognition? That is but an existence at the same level as a true dragon and a heavenly phoenix. Chao Yuxing was the one that found this the hardest to understand. This pretty rabbit normally always mumbled noisily about how she was a vegetarian. Yet in the end, whenever she got drunk, she would always eat meat. However, generally speaking, she wasn't a bad person and quite cute. Now, she accomplished this great feat, a bit hard for others to accept. Chao Yuxing was stupefied, not daring to believe this. In reality, Sure Hao was even more shocked than him. How did the little rabbit succeed? Could it be that she was the reincarnation of that young lady from Immortal Ancient? However, he really didn't see how the little rabbit was like that young lady. Their appearances were completely different, and their soul fluctuations were different as well, two completely different people. If one had to point out how they were similar, then it would be their temperaments. They were both young girls, appearing lively and active, a bit strange, but in the end, their souls weren't the same. Did the little Qilin make a mistake? Sure Hao began to greatly suspect this. That little beast was muddle-headed, confused by a little rabbit. This was probably why it jumped out. "Hey, Uncle Sure Hao, did you hear me or not? I've been shouting your name." The little rabbit was clearly extremely discontent, directly giving him this nickname. Sure Hao's forehead immediately became covered in dark lines. How old was he? Only around 20 years of age. How did he end up being called uncle? Even though this rabbit had always been naughty and mischievous, she had never called him this before, so she was now definitely doing this on purpose to anger him. Dragon Girl laughed up her sleeve, her pretty body moving, giving off a feeling of a lotus swaying in the wind. Chang Gongyan also smiled, waving his hand in that direction. "It is still Uncle Chang Gongyan who is good. Hurry and save me." "Right. There's that damn fatty. Get your butt over here and save me too." The little rabbit called over in this direction, revealing her snow-white little teeth as she jumped and shouted. Chang Gongyan was stunned. Chao Yuxing grinded his teeth in anger. The lunar jade rabbit was obstructed. Ning Chuan was right at the very center, his expression unkind. He definitely couldn't let her go. As for the foreigners, they gradually understood from the mouths of the 3,000 provinces cultivators that this young lady wasn't someone of the last great era. but rather this era's lunar jade rabbit. As a result, they also pressed forward to stop her. At this time, more and more people came. They weren't the only ones, there were also the exiled Immortal and which, even more so, 10-crown king. There were also Yuchan, Shur-E, 3-stone heavenly monarch, and others. All of them now appeared. Could be said that outstanding heroes had gathered. The young supreme beings that could come were pretty much all here. "Save me! Don't try to steal my little guy!" the little rabbit shouted, putting on a pale expression. She rushed pitifully towards Shur Hao, Chao Yuxing, and the others for help. The witch laughed with a pu-chi sound. Both her and Yuchan knew that Shur Hao had been called the little guy by the people of the lower realm. Yet now this rabbit gave the Qilin this name, truly hilarious. "Rabbit, what nonsense are you saying? We're going back. Not saving you," Shur Hao said while pointing at her. "Did I speak any nonsense?" The little rabbit became unhappy, using her large red eyes to stare fixedly at them. "Take action." Someone took action, rushing forward, wishing to capture that young Qilin beast. Enormous mountains already collapsed here. Immortal mist pervading the air, primal chaos spreading in all directions. It looked peaceful, but no one dared to act carelessly. It was because there were still many blood pools here. There was already someone who ended up falling into the pool of blood, turning into viscous blood. A heavenly wolf surrounded by green light reached out its claws. It tore through the void and leapt over, throwing itself at the little Qilin, wishing to capture it. It was clear that this was a foreign expert. For the sake of accomplishing its goal, it directly turned into its original body, using its most powerful flesh and magical force to succeed in one go. Shur Hao moved forward. Dragon Girl and Chao Yuxing also took action, while Changgung and even more so drew his bow, preparing to immediately shoot down the other party. However, something unexpected happened. There was someone who felt even more worried than them. Ning Chuan took action, pure white radiance erupting from his entire body. Heaven overflowing blood energy surged outwards. Qilin patterns spread outwards, surrounding his entire body. At this moment, he produced the Qilin imprint, quickly rushing over. His fist smashed out, collapsing heaven and earth, striking towards that green divine wolf. "You dare act viciously!" There was someone who assisted the heavenly wolf from the side, stopping Ning Chuan. However, before the Qilin imprint, that person wasn't a match. The scarlet blood sky spear it produced was blasted apart, breaking into several pieces. The sky spear's sharp blade even flew back in reverse, entering that person's body with a pu sound, creating an extremely bloody injury, inflicting severe damage. When one cultivated to this cultivation level, how could they be injured by their own weapon? It was completely avoidable. This result could only mean that Ning Chuan was too powerful, his natural laws suppressing the other party. His true body was locked down, unable to escape, almost dying as a result. "Ning Chuan, you are about to enter my immeasurable heaven. Are you going to stand against us now?" That heavenly wolf shouted. This was a reminder as well as intimidation. "Hong!" Ning Chuan didn't reply, only releasing a fist that contained the Qilin imprint. Blood energy overflowed, an enormous white Qilin rising up into the air from his fist, throwing itself at the green heavenly wolf. "Oh!" That heavenly wolf released a great roar, its voice fierce and noble, as if it was leading its clan to war on a boundless grassland. Irregular scenes appeared in the void. An endless grassland appeared, blood flowing about. An enormous heavenly wolf roared towards the moon, releasing the stellar light of the heavens, suppressing and killing all enemies in this world. An enormous sound rang through the air. Ning Chuan's fist blasted outwards, his strength too great, blasting through heaven and earth, the space around it vibrating intensely. The white Qilin that rushed out from the fist imprint trampled the grassland apart, shattered the divine moon. That enormous heavenly wolf was even more so thrown down and then forcefully suppressed. Hong! A great explosion sound rang out through heaven and earth, everything shaking intensely. Ning Chuan stood there alone, blasting that heavenly wolf apart. Chaotic energy surged from all directions. He was like an unmatched supreme being, incredibly divine and holy. White clothes fluttered about. His body wasn't tainted by any blood, killing a powerful foreign genius with one strike. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked at his fighting prowess, feeling even more moved by the precious technique he grasped. It was because this was the Qilin technique. Many people's expressions changed, because just ahead, the young Qilin beast became confused, tilting its head over to look at Ning Chuan, its large eyes full of curiosity and puzzlement. Everyone knew that things were bad. If the young Qilin beast felt a sense of intimacy, it might just run over and completely go over to Ning Chuan's side, walking together with him. Quite a few people felt like Ning Chuan was a much greater threat than that ridiculously pretty little girl, because he had a tremendous relationship with the Qilin clan. Ning Chuan's lips moved, transmitting sound with that little Qilin. "Little White, come over here." This time, even the lunar jade rabbit was a bit worried, no longer calling it the little guy, directly calling it Little White, about to carry it. This little beast was less than a foot in length, entirely snow-white like jade. Its scales were sparkling, even the horn on its head white. It looked tender and innocent, its large eyes blinking about. It was extremely cute. Only, right now, the little Qilin hesitated a bit. It looked towards Ning Chuan, and then looked at the young lady. It reached out a little claw, having second thoughts. "Come here," a foreign individual shouted. Someone took action, palm and fingers like a mountain, incredibly massive as it reached through the air, grabbing towards the little Qilin. It was precisely the blonde youth from Immeasurable Heaven. How could Ning Chuan let him get his hands on this? He was also moving, no longer trying to communicate with the little white Qilin and instead directly grabbing towards it. The young Qilin beast finally made a decision at this moment. When it saw both of those people grabbing towards it, it turned around and ran, entering the lunar jade rabbit's arms with a so sound. The young lady smiled happily, its large ruby eyes blinking, extremely proud of itself. She hugged this sparkling white little beast with all her strength. "Let go!" Ning Chuan and the blonde young man both shouted, suppressing at the same time, walking forward. "Get lost!" Xianxia roared. His speed was too fast, arriving by the little rabbit's side with a flash, standing there like a majestic, archaic, demonic mountain. Then, his left hand produced the Reincarnation fist, right hand displaying the Willow deity technique, simultaneously facing two great opponents. Dong! It was as if a heavenly drum sounded, as if the heavenly dome exploded. This place was immediately in ruins, mountains and valleys collapsing, great void cracks extending outwards. All types of scenes became blurry, no longer existing. When the smoke and dust scattered, Xianxia still stood there, unmoved. Only his long black hair fluttered about, eyes deep as he stood in their way. None of the enemies could rush over. Ning Chuan and the blonde male both frowned. They knew that this enemy was too strong. If they really were going to clash, then it would inevitably be a life-and-death battle. A group of people gathered here, fighting over the white Qilin young beast. Xianxia stood in their way, facing Ning Chuan, the blonde male, and others alone. "I've decided. This Qilin is already mine." The blonde male spoke. He declared that he had to have it, that he was going to bring it back to Immeasurable Heaven. For the clan's ancient ancestor, Qilin blood had unimaginable uses. Apart from this, if he became the master of a Qilin, what did this signify? The future would be too brilliant. "Who do you think you are, that you can have it just because you want it?" Xianxia sneered. Even while facing powerful opponents, he didn't seem concerned at all, appearing extremely calm and collected. "Return to your immeasurable heaven. This Qilin and I have karma together." Ning Chuan also spoke directly towards the blonde male. "Ha-ha!" The blonde male laughed, not getting angry, instead speaking in a rather carefree manner. "You all should know that the heavenly deity institution will likely be built in Immeasurable Heaven. I really do hope to get along with you all." "Are you threatening me?" Xianxia spoke, his expression calm. Even though he didn't show any anger, a formless pressure began to spread. He hated being threatened by others. It was obvious what the other party was implying. In Immeasurable Heaven, their clans and sects were extremely powerful. If their relationship was bad, There might be various accidents that might happen. Ayaya. Too hateful. Too shameless. Trying to steal my little white and threatening us. Go die! The little rabbit stared with its large ruby eyes, brandishing its little fists from behind them. She shouted noisily at the blonde male, her little chin raised as she shouted to beat him. The atmosphere right now was extremely heavy. The foreign cultivators pressed forward, walking over one by one, standing together with the blonde male to join this battle. Of course, Immeasurable Heaven had some experts who didn't move, standing in the distance and only watching. As for Ning Chuan, Gu Jianyun appeared from his side, in his hands a divine sword. There were a few others who walked over as well, wishing to stand together with him. There were ancient freaks among these people. This place became more and more tense. Chang Gongyan, Dragon Girl, and Chao Yuxing also walked over, standing with Shi Hao, facing all of these individuals. 10 Crown King, Exiled Immortal, Shi Yi, Witch Yuchan, and the others didn't move, standing calmly in the distance, preparing to watch this battle. Rabbit, you really know how to stir things up. How did you end up running here, even capturing a little beast? Chao Yuxing asked. Even though the little fatty looked delicate and pretty, right now he behaved rather carefully, saying, "Is it a qilin? When we go back, should we steam it or roast it?" Oh, the snow-white little qilin released a miserable cry, almost running frantically for its life, squirming about in the lunar jade rabbit's arms. Everyone in the surroundings became petrified. This fatty really dared to say anything, going to eat a qilin. This joke was just a bit too much. Many people revealed strange looks. Of course, the surrounding atmosphere loosened up a bit because of this. Damn fatty, what are you randomly spouting? Don't scare my family's little white. The lunar jade rabbit was unsatisfied, pouting and glaring at him. Really should consider it. This is an immortal beast. If it's eaten, it'll definitely be a great mending medicine, comparable to long life medicines. Chao Yuxing giggled. Sigh. Shi Hao sighed. He was also a foodie, but he knew this little qilin. If it weren't because they were old acquaintances, he really might just express his approval of this thought. Fatty, when I grow up, I'm going to feed you to the heavenly horned ant. This time, the little qilin spoke, its voice soft, extremely tender. It stared with its 2 large eyes. The heavenly horned ant it was talking about was one of the vicious 10, extremely powerful. If it was just physical strength, no race could compare to in all 9 heavens and 10 earths, number 1 under heaven. Why did you end up coming out? Do you think this rabbit is that girl from the past world? Shi Hao asked the little qilin. The snow-white little qilin was less than a foot long. It gave the lunar jade rabbit a look, and then looked towards Ning Chuan, its expression a bit strange and complicated. Before Shi Hao could hear its reply, he had no choice but to take action. It was because those two were pressing forward, this place no longer being calm. Chang, the blonde male, was the first to attack. A golden pike appeared in his hands, erupting with a great aura. He held it with a single arm, and then with a fierce shake, the spear tip shattered the void. An expanse of brilliance erupted, shooting out from the golden spear tip. It was even more terrifying than sword radiance, producing an expanse of brilliance with a single sweep. The spear tip vibrated in a berserk manner as it rushed at Shi Hao. This spear was powerful enough to kill a heavenly deity. It was too sharp, the sharpness of its tip piercing through space, incomparably terrifying. This was the blonde male's attack. However, when faced with this attack, Shi Hao only used his bare hands. He avoided the golden spear tip, using his palm blade to hack down on this divine weapon. Sparks immediately flew in all directions, Dao sounds rumbling. All types of law and order chains interweaved. From the distance, it was as if lightning surrounded this place, sealing that area down. Several sparks flew out, landing on the distant mountain range. As a result, a large expanse of mountains exploded, turning into ashes. Everyone's expressions changed. This was just too astonishing. Just the sparks created from the collision of the palm blade and golden war spear was already like this, so how powerful then were the divine chains of order that truly took form between the two? Both sides were astonished after this exchange. The blonde male was greatly shocked. The other party actually clashed with his exceptional divine weapon with his bare hands. Just how terrifying was he? The reason Xianxia was shocked was because this golden pike was too unordinary. Mixed within it was immortal gold. Chang. Xianxia directly produced the everlasting immortal sword. It wasn't that he wasn't a match barehandedly against the blonde male, but rather that he felt this was a rare opportunity to further refine the sword core in his hands. This sword had a great thirst for immortal gold, already absorbing several types, for example, radiant immortal gold, 7-colored immortal gold, and others. Chang. The dusky sword core began to shine. As Xianxia brandished it, it immediately shone with everlasting brilliance. A human figure appeared, ascending to immortality. It was accompanied by specks of light, clouds and mists pervading the air, extremely pure and holy. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have become connected. This figure sprouted wings and ascended, the scene too realistic. Meanwhile, everything was directly produced by the diagram on the sword core. Dang! The two weapons collided. Divine radiance erupted, thunder rolling. Divine chains of order interweaved between heaven and earth, immediately rushing out who knew how many li. Meanwhile, in the void, there were even more densely packed laws and order tearing everything apart. Everyone, including Ning Chuan, the little rabbit, foreign experts, and others backed out, moving away from the shockwaves. Kacha! No! The blonde male cried out. It was because he heard an ear-splitting sound. His weapon cracked open from that sword. Weapons that had immortal gold mixed in were incomparably sturdy, impossible to stop. How could they be cut apart by other weapons? Yet this was reality. That sword core hacked the pike apart, moreover attaching itself to its surface, taking in and sending out sword radiance, starting to absorb the golden pike's essence. Ecliptic immortal gold, ah! The blonde male cried out loudly, activating his precious techniques and attacking forward, wishing to seize back the long pike. This was but a rare secret treasure that couldn't be lost. However, everything was too late. That sword core was too fast, absorbing the golden pike's essence in the blink of an eye, only leaving behind useless residue. Kacha! The pike shattered, turning into tattered metal fragments, falling onto the ground. After that sword core absorbed the immortal gold essence, it became even more brilliant. Golden lightning appeared above the ascending immortal, tearing apart the void. That was lightning tribulation, this scene appearing after absorbing the ecliptic immortal gold. As a result, another type of immortal gold was now added to this sword core, or maybe it already had this type but now had more added. Scenes of tribulation were engraved, appearing more and more realistic. Everyone became stupefied. This sword core was too strange. At this time, even the other foreign experts moved. They originally wished to help the blonde male steal back the pike, but they were a step late. Now, they took action with him against Xianxia. Xianxia loosened up his body. He put away the everlasting immortal sword, wishing to use his bare hands to size up how powerful these people were, also using this opportunity to size up immeasurable heaven's combat strength. His fists shone, lightning released in 10,000 streaks. He was clearly using the Lightning Emperor technique. Dong! As if a drum was struck, as Xianxia brandished his fist. This place rumbled, heaven and earth shaking. Xianxia fought against those people, facing them all by himself, his figure like a war god. Symbols appeared densely, holy light overflowing, his valor unstoppable. Pong! One of them was struck by Xianxia's fist. His entire chest blasted open as a result. Even though he was wearing precious armor and used body-protecting bone texts, he was still struck until he almost exploded on the spot. This was still the result of Xianxia holding back, because he didn't know what kind of attitude those three great supreme beings would have if he killed the foreign cultivators like this. They had said not to engage in internal struggles before. The expressions of the foreign cultivators all became ugly. Xianxia was just a single person, yet he was suppressing all of them. This made them look extremely bad. Even the powerful foreign cultivators watching from the distance were startled, really wanting to come over and fight to end this type of embarrassing situation. Hao unleashed his power, precious techniques continuously changing. Kuan-Peng wings spread, cutting one person in half at the waist, sending him flying out while releasing a large expanse of blood. Hao didn't continue to chase after his primordial spirit, so this could already be considered showing mercy. Why is he this powerful? The foreign young ladies' expressions all changed. They hurried over to provide assistance. Previously, they were still unconvinced, but now all of their expressions became grave. The blonde male released a great roar. His body underwent a transformation, his flesh becoming metallic, forming a golden body. This was the Gold Clan's secret method. Their ancestor, an ecliptic immortal gold who developed sentience and turned into human form. As a result, his descendants also had this ability. Dang. However, even though he formed this golden body, he still couldn't suppress Hao. The battle between the two more and more intense. Right at this moment, Ning Chuan took action, rushing towards the little rabbit, his speed as fast as lightning. It was because he was worried that after Hao suppressed the foreigners, if he wanted to seize the White Qilin then, it would be too difficult. Since this is the case, all of you can just come at me together. Hao released a shout. He gave up on the foreign individuals, withdrawing to the little rabbit side to stop Ning Chuan. Kill! Apart from Ning Chuan, the blonde male led the other individuals, also rushing over murderously. This was a battle between giants, incredibly intense. After all, there was a six-crown king, his strength alone enough to shake all sides, able to fight a great battle against Hao. Chang Gongyan and the others were going to take action, but they were stopped by Hao. Pang! Hao attacked selectively, eliminating the weaker individuals first. With a pung sound, he kicked a foreign cultivator flying, half his body exploding bloodily. Pooh! Then, Hao's fist smashed out, blasting two more people until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, bodies rupturing, becoming like blood people. Dang! The blonde male also felt as if he was struck by lightning. His back struck firmly by Hao's fist. This fist shook the heavens until it even split apart, let alone the power it released on one person. Even though the male had a golden body, having some of his ancestors' immortal gold ability, his entire back was still blasted through, immediately exploding apart. He was struck flying, blood flowing out from all 7 apertures. The foreign cultivators all shivered inwardly. This kind of expert was defeated by Hao just like that, too terrifying. Meanwhile, Hao should have still held back somewhat. The few foreign females didn't participate, but all of them turned pale. If this type of young man entered the heavenly deity institution, clashing with the great true immortal's descendants, what kind of dazzling sparks will be produced? Hong! Hao faced Ning Chuan, appearing more and more calm. Ning Chuan, when we were in immortal ancient remains, you were beaten until you ran frantically for your life. Do you wish to follow the path to your own doom now? Hao shouted. When these words sounded, regardless of whether it was the 3,000 provinces cultivators or the foreign experts, all of their expressions changed. Hao faced Ning Chuan, both of them young overlords with 3 strands of immortal energy. They were stunning figures even if one searched through all of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The two had already fought many great battles, so they could be considered old enemies. Now, they clashed again. This could be considered opposing each other with equal harshness. Huang, I am going to wipe out my previous humiliation with today's battle. Last time, you came to disrupt my tribulation. So today, I demand an explanation, Ning Chuan shouted. He was normally aloof and free from vulgarity, yet now he carried killing intent. In the eyes of everyone, Ning Chuan was like fine jade, his white clothes exceptional, even his hair silver. Together with his ridiculously beautiful appearance that was superior to many females, he looked incredibly outstanding. Hong Long, the heavenly dome was struck by him until there was a hole, the handsome and exceptional Ning Chuan erupting with power, different from before. He took action in a domineering manner. His head of silver hair scattered down, eyes forming symbols. He condensed the Qilin imprint, heaven diagram appearing on his back as he slaughtered his way over, fighting intensely against Hao. Brilliant bone texts erupted between the two. How many people now dared to face Xianxia head-on? Forget about everything else. Just their physical bodies wouldn't be able to hold on, forcibly suppressed by him. Not many individuals of the same level could compare to Xianxia's physical body. Facing him head-on was like porcelain smashing into divine steel. They'll instantly shatter. However, Ning Chuan dared to do this. His bearing was domineering, white clothes fluttering about. It was as if an unmatched divine king was patrolling the heavens, carrying a type of great dignity in his transcendence, overlooking the human realm. At this time, when divine kings were angered, winds naturally swept about, heavenly domes splitting apart. The great battle was intense. Chi! Divine rainbows shocked the skies. These were streak after streak of bone texts, looking like rainbows as they danced about, illuminating the universe. Kacha! A resplendent great sun exploded, heaven and earth gorgeous, incomparably dazzling. That was a release of precious techniques. When they smashed together, it was as if a heavenly sun collapsed, just too brilliant. All sides focused their attention on this, their breathing even stopping. Quite a few people trembled in fear. A confrontation between powerful individuals like this made them see their own inferiority. If they went up, how could they stop those two? Regardless of whether it was Xianxia or Ning Chuan, they both possessed the conviction of those unmatched. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over, severing the heavenly dome, locking down the void, as if time froze still here. Xianxia and Ning Chuan were separated, divided into two sides, unable to approach, unable to exchange attacks. The three great middle-aged supreme beings all came, seated in the void. One of them pointed out, triggering this result, separating the two exceptional geniuses. Even in the last great era, people like you two were few. With chaos of war impending, how can we allow internal strife like this? One of them spoke. Chaos of war? I am a sinner's blood descendant in his eyes. So today, I really want to ask him what exactly that means. Xianxia said. He didn't stop. The reason he spoke like this was also to hear the three great supreme beings' opinions. Did they understand the desolate border, the sinner's blood ancestors matter? These are all old matters. As for who is what, do not bring them up again. One of the supreme experts spoke. Why? Xianxia really wanted to get to the bottom of this. The others were also shocked. These two great young supreme beings were competing, yet after they were separated, they mentioned this issue. Moreover, Huang still clung onto it like this. There are a few powers that this involves, some of them still alive, previously bearing witness themselves. We will discuss this in the future, an expert said, seemingly unwilling to continue this topic. At this moment, great waves stirred about in Xianxia's heart. It was because he sensed that this expert seemed to be feeling great restraining fear, attaching great importance to this issue. Is it because of those who are still alive? Or because of what happened back then, to make him like this? Xianxia was shaken up inside. When this issue was unmasked, the three great supreme beings treated this matter with silence, not willing to say much, so Xianxia couldn't ask about it again. All right, to the Emperor City. The three of them spoke, expressing that they completed the task, their performances all very good. They found a few creatures that underwent demonization, and even found the young Qilin beast, so the three supreme beings were extremely satisfied. It was clear that they had a few things to say, but this wasn't the place for it. They were going to return to that Emperor City. The three great experts really were too strong. With a wave of one of their sleeves, regardless of whether it was Ning Chuan, exiled Immortal, or the foreign geniuses, they were all surrounded. Immediately afterwards, they disappeared from this place together, not a single one remaining. Emperor City. This place was majestic, boundless, and full of prestige. It was as tall as the heavens, around it the sun, moon, and stars. It was too enormous. The city walls were made of stars, currently fully displaying their profoundness and vastness. There were even more so the most powerful natural laws flickering, suppressing heaven and earth. Xianxia and the others returned, descending here once again. This time, even though they still couldn't enter the enormous city, Not having the qualifications to enter, it was still incredibly vast, quiet without any sound. Since the ancient times, only emperors or talents who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. Only when these people entered, they could never return. No one knew what ended up happening to those who disappeared. Mysterious, boundless, unknown. These were the best words to explain this city. The group of people returned to the open markets. The cities here could be entered. You all may act freely here, inquire about the situation from the creatures living here. We have a few matters to discuss. The three great supreme beings spoke. They directly brought the lunar jade rabbit and young Qilin beast away, not giving anyone a chance to say anything more. Not even Sure How had a chance to speak to the little rabbit in detail. All of the geniuses agreed by chance to enter the city. Soon after, Sure How discovered a few familiar people. Zhengu, Teng Yi Fengwu, Zhuxiaodi, Mu Zhixiao and others appeared. These people unexpectedly also hurried over to this place. Zhengu had the spirit race's golden bloodline. He had the congealed blood that could form a war spear, this weapon known to be unstoppable. When fighting against others at his level, there was nothing that spear couldn't pierce through in this world. Teng Yi, the Fire Gold clan's most powerful young expert, his clan previously one of the archaic 10 great races, a previous era emperor clan. Fengwu was Goddess Academy's most outstanding inheritor, an extremely powerful exceptional talent, close sisters with Qing Yi. As for Zhuxiaodi and Mu Zhixiao, they came from Divine Cliff Academy. They came from Flame Province, a place that was extremely close to Goddess Academy. Aside from them, there were others, all of them old acquaintances he had met. Sure How walked forward to greet Fengwu and the others. Then Sure How revealed a smile because he saw Qing Yi. She also came. Qing Yi did have the strength. Even though she was only a second body, she had long cultivated a strand of immortal energy, obtaining the benefits of the green lunar flame. Her strength was difficult to measure, hard to predict. It was because the flame hadn't left her even now, fusing with her. Qing Yi, we finally meet again. Sure How walked forward, his face carrying a gentle smile. When they were in Immortal Ancient, extremely intimate things had happened. Ever since they separated then, they didn't meet again until now. In reality, Qing Yi was intentionally hiding from Sure How because of embarrassment. The events that took place back then left her ashamed, finding it difficult to accept. The city was extremely large, people coming and going. However, the reunion of old acquaintances wasn't drowned out by the clamoring of their surroundings. Of course, for Sure How, it was quite joyful, but for Qing Yi, she didn't know what was good. Ayaya, younger sis, you two are twins. I only discovered it now. A foreign young lady laughed, roping in Yuchan, and then looking towards Qing Yi. Yuchan didn't speak, but she looked at Qing Yi, light flashing past her pupils. She didn't wish to explain anything to the foreigners here. She couldn't calm down inside. Reuniting like this left her quite conflicted. She really wanted to immediately merge with the second body, becoming one. However, she knew that it was too difficult. Defeating Qing Yi alone was hard, and then with Sure How and the others here, there wasn't much hope. Qing Yi, how have you been? Where have you gone? Sure How walked over, staring into her eyes, not avoiding her. He didn't care about what others thought, asking in this manner. I've been all right, Qing Yi said. She was quiet and exquisite, extremely beautiful. Her clothes fluttered about, as if the goddess of the moon descended into this world. Waves stirred in Sure Hao's heart. He thought back to many things in the past, from being enemies to moving side by side, and even more so the various things that happened in Immortal Ancient, his expression becoming strange. That day, after the intimate relationship, they directly separated. They had previously given each other a hurried glance from the distance, but only now could they be counted as truly reuniting. How can you look at me like this? Qing Yi felt a bit uncomfortable from his fiery gaze. The city was extremely large, creatures numerous. They were standing on the street, quite close to each other, but the other geniuses were also nearby. Did you forget what you said to me before? We had an agreement. Sure How smiled. What agreement? When Qingyi heard this, her face immediately became red, because she recalled what she had previously said, not forgetting it. Only, now that it was mentioned by Shi Hao, she felt extremely embarrassed, not knowing how to deal with him, pretending to have forgotten. Let me help jog your memory. You said that if I entered immortal ancient remains and came out on top, becoming number one under the sky, what was it you were going to do again? Shi Hao laughed, his face full of radiance, teeth extremely white, smile brilliant. Qingyi's face became slightly red. She truly didn't wish to face this situation. This was especially the case in front of Yuchan, making her feel even more worried. In reality, Yuchan felt even more uncomfortable than her, because they had main and second body relationship, able to sense each other's emotions, knowing the other party's thoughts. The emotions Qingyi produced when facing Shi Hao right now felt as if Yuchan was experiencing it herself. However, Yuchan should hate Shi Hao bitterly, the two sides' enemies. Now that Qingyi appeared, standing with that fella, it gave Yuchan a strange and weird feeling, clashing with her own feelings, her emotions complex. Don't stay so close to me, Qingyi said, jabbing Shi Hao's shoulder. It was because the air this fella breathed out almost reached her face. Can't you see that I'm waiting for a reply? Shi Hao said. What reply? I forgot what happened back then already. Qingyi acted shamelessly, a bit different from her usual otherworldly fairy appearance. Right now, she wasn't ice-cold, nor was she otherworldly, instead more like a younger goddess, rolling her large eyes at him. You previously said before that after I seized the number one under the sky title, you would devote your life to me, Shi Hao said while giggling. As if. Qingyi glared at him. Hey, you can't just go back on your words. Shi Hao looked at her. Back then, it was you who acted like a rascal, Qingyi argued. What acted like a rascal? It was clearly you who said it. Shi Hao grabbed her jade-like arm, because Qingyi already turned around to run, about to leave. Let go. Before Qingyi even said anything, Yuchan already spoke out, berating in a low voice. It was because they were just too close. She felt as if it was happening to herself, as if she was the one interacting and talking to Shi Hao. What does it have to do with you? Are you sure you want to enter the heavenly deity institution with us? Shi Hao said. Moreover, he put his arm around Qingyi's small waist, turning around to look at Yuchan. This really was torture. Yuchan found it difficult to endure. At the same time, she felt that if she entered the heavenly deity institution and those two stuck together like that, it would truly be like hell's torment. Yuchan's expression was unpleasant, feeling more fearful the more she thought about it. If Qingyi, Shi Hao, and herself entered the heavenly deity institution, that would truly be a result beyond terrifying. Qingyi, last time, we separated without seeing each other. Could it be that you have one? Shi Hao asked. His skin really was as thick as the Emperor City's walls, even daring to ask this. Before Qingyi even said anything, Yuchan was already so angry she was shaking. If that day truly came, then it really would be unimaginable. In that instant, Yuchan seemed to have seen a terrifying scene, the three of them entering the heavenly deity institution together, and then something like what this thick-skinned bastard said really did happen. At that time, because the main and second bodies were extremely intimate, wouldn't she feel as if she personally experienced it? Yuchan almost collapsed on the spot. This was just too scary. Regardless, she had to stop this from happening. She definitely couldn't allow this type of situation to happen, or else it will feel even worse than death. You should stop speaking nonsense, Qingyi berated, finally speaking. All right, we'll talk about it in private. Shi Hao laughed loudly. Sure enough, they began to transmit sound. Qingyi really was scared that this guy might shoot off his mouth and speak nonsense, to the point where she couldn't endure it any longer and putting her in an awkward situation. It was also precisely because of this that the nearby Yuchan released a breath of relief. Otherwise, she felt that if that fella continued speaking, she would definitely be so angry she would start shaking. Qingyi, how come you ended up coming here? Yuchan, why are you walking together with Shi Hao? Chao Yuxing giggled. He was intentionally stirring stuff up, calling Yuchan Qingyi and Qingyi Yuchan Changongyan, and Dragon Girl smiled. watching the show from the side. Hey, you two really are twin sisters. Younger sis Yu-chan, you have to help this little sister of yours out. Staying with that fella really will be endless suffering. A foreign young lady spoke, her opinion of Sure how extremely unfavorable, because he had previously greatly defeated immeasurable heavens people. At this time, the others also looked over, for example, Zhengu, Tengyi, Fengwu, and the others. Sure how was quite stirred up, saying, if we can all enter the heavenly deity institution, leaving this realm, then we'll definitely have to take care of each other. After all, we came from the same place. We naturally ought to do this. The others also nodded. Younger sis Qing Yi. Feng Wu's relationship with Qing Yi was extremely good. They reunited here, chatting with each other in a friendly manner. It was clear that this place was immediately divided into several small powers. For example, the exiled Immortal side, 10 Crown King side, Sure Yi 3-stone Heavenly Monarch, and others. There was also Sure Hao's group here. Older brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A silver-armored young man appeared, walking over. Qin Hao, he also came. You came. How are father and mother? Did they agree? Sure Hao was extremely shocked. He didn't expect his little brother to enter the uninhabited region depths. Arriving here, he didn't really want things to be like this, hoping for one child to remain at his parents' side and not completely leave. However, he released a sigh. He himself recklessly ran over, so how could he require anything of Qin Hao? Only when he thought of his mother and father, he felt a bit ashamed. It was because leaving them like this, it was unknown when they would be able to return, unknown how much time would pass in between. Qin Hao walked over, causing the foreign cultivators to start discussing among themselves. After learning that they were blood brothers, a few people's expressions became strange. Sure Hao gave them a look, saying, if anyone wants to stir up trouble after entering the heavenly deity institution, I will personally keep you all company one by one. Shua. Several figures appeared in the void. The 3 great supreme beings returned, at their sides also the lunar jade rabbit and the little Qilin. It was clear that they definitely left just now to discuss things with the young beast. It's about time. We should decide the candidates, and we should also head on our way. A middle-aged man said. The 3 powerful individuals muttered to themselves. They sat in the void, primal chaos surrounding that area, creating an indistinct and hazy expanse. Ought to just bring everyone. You all are already biased towards the foreign cultivators, bringing them here, all just to give them another opportunity. Our 3,000 province cultivators all hurried here, so we should have already passed. The little rabbit muttered. Because she obtained the little white Qilin, they attached great importance to her, standing right by the 3 great experts' side. Makes sense. There aren't many cultivators from the 3,000 provinces who have made it here to begin with. We'll just consider you all to have passed then. Let's set out. One of the middle-aged men nodded, unexpectedly agreeing. They were actually all considered to have passed, all of them able to continue on their way. Everyone was shocked and happy. They almost died on the way here, now not wasting all that effort and time. They were quite fortunate because there were over 100,000 when they first set out, but now only this many people succeeded. You all should experience this world a bit for the last time. We are about to leave the 3,000 Dao provinces, one of the supreme beings said. When they heard this, everyone became silent. They really were going to leave this great world and enter another heaven and earth. It was unknown how long this journey would take, unknown how many years it would be before they could return. It made them feel sentimental. After all, this was the place where they were raised. But now they were going to leave. How will we leave? Not everyone felt reluctant to leave. There were some who were impatient already, wanting to immediately leave to see long-life beings. There is a path. You all will first understand the archaic contract of alliance. We are departing soon. One of the supreme beings said. This time, under these 3 powerful individuals' lead, they advanced towards Emperor City, seemingly about to enter the city. These young geniuses were all stirred up. They already came here a long time ago. When they looked at the ancient city made of star bricks, they felt a great sense of longing, yet couldn't enter. Forget about entering the city, There were many ancient formations outside that prevented normal people from even getting close. However, this time, under the guidance of the three great experts, they arrived by the city gate. Only, it was too tall, towering into the heavens, accompanied by stars. "Senior, are we going to enter the city?" someone asked with a trembling voice. "Correct," one of the middle-aged individuals replied directly. The city was too tall, the great gate thick, who could push it open? Endless stars were embedded within, shining brilliantly on this enormous door. The expression of one of the middle-aged men became grave. He produced a damaged bone, holding it in his palm. The other two were also like this, spreading their palms, within each of them a piece of damaged bone. The damaged bones were all of the same color, pure white like jade. When the three of them were combined together, it unexpectedly formed a miniature altar, one that was extremely small and simple. It released faint luster. Everyone was shocked when they saw that this altar needed all three of them to operate together. One could see just how important this matter was. Wang! This small altar swayed back and forth, releasing a mysterious aura. It floated in the air only around the size of a fist, yet right now it collected everyone inside. Everyone was shocked to find that they all shrunk, now standing on that altar. Chi! Light shot into the heavens. The group of people were carried by the little altar, disappearing from this place, entering the city. When they reappeared, the world was dusky. They could only see blurry scenes all around them. These were plains, vast and boundless, dusky and deathly stillness forever the theme of this place. Aside from their group of people, there wasn't a trace of life. On the ground were many bones that had long grown dim, all of them dried up. What was this place? It was incredibly dusky for as far as the eye could see. This area was completely scorched, as if it encountered lightning tribulation, but also as if it had been set aflame. Was this the ancient battlefield? No one knew, only the three great experts would be able to explain, but they didn't say anything. Dried bones were everywhere. As they walked on them, kacha-kacha sounds rang out. Where did the end of these plains lead to? Seniors, is this the inside of Emperor City? Someone asked. This was just too barren, no protectors to be seen, only a grim scene. Just how many creature had died back then, yet were left unburied. No one expected to see this type of scene. Was this really the inside of Emperor City? It is, yet it isn't. One of the middle-aged men spoke. A bone mirror was produced, reflecting scenes of the distance. Everyone looked at these scenes with shining eyes. There are more city walls? Correct. In the endless distance ahead were city walls that blocked off all of the outside world. There are a few stone monuments here. You all can search for them yourselves to see the archaic contract of alliance recorded on them. A middle-aged man said, releasing a sigh. Only this place was too large, no end to be seen. Where were they supposed to go to find these monuments to read the archaic contract of alliance? Great waves stirred within Sure How, feeling greatly shaken up. Those people back then, were they unable to leave because they signed the archaic contract of alliance? One of the archaic 6 great celestials, War Clan's ancient ancestor, these people were all over there. Could it be that they were all dead? Everyone dispersed to search for the stone monuments. Only, this place was too vast. Finding a stone monument was like finding a needle in a haystack. Everyone immediately disappeared from this place like ants across a great desert. They were too insignificant, no end in sight. All of you should watch yourselves. Do not walk along this ancient battlefield. A single mistake and you will enter a strange great crack, and thus be directly sent beyond the border, entering the enemy's world. One of the great experts reminded. Everyone already had their suspicions about the archaic contract of alliance. Searching like this was for the sake of verification, to truly understand the secrets it contained. Unfortunately, they didn't see it in the end. Moreover, the further they went, the less people there were around them, becoming more and more desolate. Not good. There really were people who went missing. Right at this moment, the 3 great experts' expressions changed. Their divine senses were extremely terrifying, always paying attention, locking down this place. However, despite this being the case, they still lost someone. Based on normal reasoning, with them here, nothing bad should have happened. However, now there really was a great issue. Who is it? Who went missing? They stood up, quickly rushing towards the ends of the dark great earth. Shurhao felt strange. He walked and walked, time seemingly coming to a standstill around him, suddenly freezing. It was as if he entered a strange place. Then, he discovered that he was currently walking on a black passage, disappearing from this ancient battlefield. It was too late to turn around. Stars moved. Time passed. It was as if an eternity passed. He discovered that he had completely freed himself from that battlefield, leaving the bone-covered remains, entering an unknown region. Where is this place? Shurhao asked himself. It was still dusky, the visibility even a bit lower. A black haze floated about, no grass and trees visible between the mountains and valleys, only endless white bones and other things. Shurhao sized up his surroundings. He was then shocked. It was because he discovered an artifact, the three-footed, two-eared cauldron. This was not the first time he saw it, but before it was always a void figure, this time a true artifact. That cauldron had blood sticking to it, source energy swirling about, releasing an astonishing aura. It floated there, not moving at all. Desolate border. Why is this cauldron here? Is this really the desolate border? Shurhao asked himself. His heart was beating crazily, feeling extremely nervous. He now saw the real thing. What kind of information was this cauldron going to transmit to him? Also, what exactly was inside of the cauldron? This cauldron left Shurhao with too deep of an impression. It was something he had never forgot ever since he first saw it on the damaged altar at the bottom of Immortal Ancient Remains Black Abyss. However, what he saw back then was only a void image, an imprint previously engraved in the void. He finally saw it again, and this time it was a concrete object. This was a dusky world, a spacious and empty battlefield. The great earth was scorched black, dried-up bones covering everything. The three-footed, two-eared round cauldron released all types of immortal gold radiance, and there was even more heaven and earth source energy circling about. As for the inside of the cauldron, it was primal chaos that couldn't be seen through, as if it held the cosmos. There was blood on the cauldron, dark red and sparkling. Every single drop contained a great world, profound and mysterious, impossible to see through. Shurhao believed that this blood was the same as the one he carried, all of them left behind by unimaginable experts. At the same time, when he closely examined them, he discovered there was more than one type originating from at least a few people. They were all the essence blood of the most powerful creatures left behind by unrivaled experts. This cauldron looked extremely ancient, the diagrams on it extremely blurry, but he could still make out some of them. From the stars to lightning, to divine birds, vicious beasts, and poisonous blood, everything that should be there was there. Only quite a few of those creatures were unfamiliar, creatures he had never seen before. Shurhao walked towards it. Hong! The entire world seemed to have exploded, all because this cauldron moved. In that instant, Shurhao felt as if he was almost smashed to pieces, heading towards the end together with this world, destroyed here. He was shocked. What kind of cauldron was this exactly? It only trembled a bit, yet it seemed like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. This wasn't a misconception, but rather a true experience. Shurhao felt that his own mind didn't waver. Just now, there really was that type of bizarre divine awareness. Fortunately, that was just a momentary pounding of his heart. He didn't die, because this cauldron became silent and still, restraining its aura, locking down heaven and earth. Exactly how powerful was this cauldron? Who exactly refined it? Shurhao stared at it, not speaking a word. Exactly what kind of person was searching for him, urging this cauldron over? Could it be that an exceptional expert was sleeping inside? Unfortunately, the cauldron contained heaven and earth source energy, and even more primal chaos. It was incredibly deep. He was unable to see what laid within its innermost depths. "Why did you look for me?" Shurhao asked. Right now, he was strangely calm. He didn't show any excessive emotions when facing this unmatched precious cauldron, looking at it calmly. This vague change left him even a bit baffled. When facing this unmatched immortal cauldron, He unexpectedly didn't show the slightest bit of reverence. This cauldron shone, bright colors appearing. 9 types of immortal gold interweaved to form this brilliance, and heaven and earth source energy was also released, making it look more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Inside the cauldron, it was as if a creature rose up, but ultimately dissipated again. Those drops of blood, the ruby-like emperor blood, were extremely brilliant. At this moment they moved, ultimately releasing sound here. I came early. There were only these words, but it carried the feeling of endless time. There was a sense of loneliness and desolateness, and even more so helplessness, as well as a type of beaten feeling. He couldn't tell if this was a male or female, because it was better to call this divine will instead of sound. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked. However, this cauldron became quiet, no longer releasing any sound. It was because right when they exchanged this simple dialogue, this heaven and earth erupted. Endless lightning interweaved, accompanied by an unsurpassed aura, about to descend. Xianxia was shaken up. What kind of lightning tribulation was this, suppressing all heavenly Tao? Was it going to wipe out the world? All of this was only because of their words. In the sky, lightning radiance hacked down, exceeding everything he had ever seen before. It was even more frightening than the tribulation those trying to ascend to immortality faced. This cauldron moved, facing the sky. The cauldron shone, 9 colors shining brilliantly, guiding over all of the lightning, containing the all-Tao lightning. An intense sound rang out, heaven and earth collapsing. All of the lightning was absorbed, erased by that cauldron. At the same time, it released a bit of source energy that spread towards the void, erasing all of the great void cracks, moreover seemingly severing all types of karma. Xianxia was shocked as he watched this. What was the meaning of this? He recalled that in the bone books, it was recorded that unless an unimaginable great change was about to be produced in the universe, unmatched lightning tribulation wouldn't descend. Just now, he only tried to converse with the cauldron, the other party merely saying a few words, yet there was already this type of scene. It was just too terrifying, impossible to comprehend. Could it be that if he tried to interact with this cauldron, it would affect the stability of heaven and earth, moving the foundation of this world? How could this be? If a single person talking to him could create this type of scene, Xianxia really wouldn't know how to think. Just how terrifying were these mysterious principles? "Where do you come from?" Xianxia asked. "I do not belong to the past, do not belong to the present." A voice sounded from the cauldron again. However, precisely because of its words, the changes to this world became even more shocking. Immortal light appeared streak after streak, the lightning even more so falling like a waterfall by the hundreds and thousands of streaks. Unknown exactly just how much there was. All of it hacked over. Hong! The cauldron shone, countless patterns appearing on the surface, all of them like formation diagrams, flying up one after another, sealing the sky here, refining the unmatched lightning tribulation. Xianxia sighed with astonishment. Who could match this type of method? The lightning that was accompanied by immortal Tao aura was completely refined. Was this cauldron comparable to an immortal king? When heaven and earth became calm again, everything calming down, Xianxia began to think to himself. It was as if there was a great sea raging in his mind, surging violently. From the cauldron's voice, it was implying that it came from the future. Xianxia was shocked. Even though he previously already had his suspicions, when he truly faced it, he still couldn't help but tremble in fear. "You do not belong to the past or present, so you came from the future world?" Xianxia did his best to calm himself down, but how could he remain calm right now? When these words were spoken, that cauldron remained silent, not producing any sounds, not replying, remaining deathly still. However, the lightning in the void became several times stronger than before. Immortal energy pervaded the air, great Tao oppressing the world, as if it was going to destroy everything. Were the effects of this sentence too great? It was to the extent where that cauldron couldn't even reply as to avoid an immeasurable disaster from descending. Xianxia was truly shocked. If nothing unexpected happened, this speculation was true. It was because the other party didn't speak, so this was tacit acknowledgement, right? Heavens, he was going crazy. Was this really a creature that came from the future? This was simply unimaginable. What exactly happened? The future actually had this type of unforeseen event that led someone to come here, talk to him. He still remembered that the first time he saw this cauldron in the black abyss, the engraved message he unexpectedly obtained was that this cauldron came to seek help. If all of this was linked up together, he truly found it hard to believe. What was going to happen in the future to cause this type of matter to appear? How felt more terrified the more he thought about it. Was the future an expanse of darkness? He couldn't see through it. Everything was surrounded by fog. It left him feeling a deep sense of uneasiness, unable to calm down. Hong! That lightning finally descended, all because of Hao's questioning. As a result, that cauldron moved again. This time it was hacked until it trembled greatly. The dark red blood on its surface shone, producing large amounts of scarlet multicolored light, neutralizing the dangerous situation. Hao didn't move at all. His eyes widened, his back cold. He couldn't even say anything, unable to converse with this cauldron. If he said something, it would provoke a huge disaster. It was because he saw that even this cauldron became quiet, not saying a word. It clearly felt restraining fear, fearing that an even greater problem would arise. In this type of situation, Hao could only think about it himself, guess at what would happen in the future. In that instant, his thoughts flew about, not only thinking about the future, but also about the last great era. If I was in the future and looking to the past, what would I want to do? He asked himself. What happened already couldn't be changed, impossible to alter, so returning to the past from the future, what exactly did the cauldron wish to accomplish? Hao thought for a long time, saying to himself, if I return to the past, I would only wish to understand my enemies, understanding the termination of Immortal ancient great era, to see if there is a way to suppress those enemies. Hao was trying to use an analogy, using this type of method to guess at the motive behind those of the future returning to this time, taking a guess at what they needed. Could it be that our great era was destroyed, reaching its end, various creatures all dying? A new great era started in the future, and they wished to understand the circumstances here. Hao said to himself. When he thought of these things, Hao felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Were they still going to follow the same path as Immortal ancient great era? Was this world going to be defeated, all of the creatures about to reach their end? In the outside world, the three great supreme beings were searching about. This type of circumstance was too strange, a genius disappearing just like that, mysteriously going missing right before their eyes. Even though their divine senses were exceptional, able to look down on the 3,000 Dao provinces, right now, they were left rather embarrassed. This situation left them rather frightened. There was definitely a mysterious wave of power that appeared, bringing away that youngster. It was more powerful than the three of them, or else it definitely wouldn't have escaped their detection. Could it be that a creature in Emperor City took action? Are those people still alive? They said to themselves quietly. They looked towards the second set of grand city walls, their hearts pounding. Otherwise, how could this be explained? Regardless, that type of power definitely exceeded ours. If someone intentionally interfered, then it is still best if we do not go to test our luck. After discussing this matter, they came to this decision. Let's go, we ought to return and leave the 3,000 provinces, depart from Emperor City. The three great experts came to this decision, and then they began to transmit sound, summoning those geniuses, informing them that they were going to cross over great worlds. Only, there was still one person missing. The three great supreme beings felt inwardly ashamed. Finally, they left. Meanwhile, in that dusky world, Hao was still talking to himself, trying to communicate with that cauldron, wishing to understand everything. Only, that cauldron no longer released any sound, while Hao also carried restraining fear, unable to smoothly understand those matters. As for whether that cauldron came from the future, after calming down, Hao already believed it. He knew that there were definitely creatures with this type of great divine ability in this world, able to temporarily disturb the flow of time. For example, without end, 6 Dao Reincarnation's Immortal King. When these two worked together, they had previously sent him on a mental journey to the past. It was unforgettable, the experience deeply engraved in his heart. Since it was possible in the past, then this type of matchless expert could definitely appear in the future as well. Shihao sighed, and then said, "In the future, where am I? Could it be that I no longer exist, falling along with the end of this great era?" He looked towards the cauldron, and then into the distance. The world became overcast, black haze spreading. The white bones on the ground were like snow, piling up everywhere. Did this foretell his future in this great era? Lonesome, dark, lacking hope. "I refuse to believe it," Shihao said coldly. "I won't die. I will definitely transcend and become undying, killing all enemies from past and present." Following these words, the cauldron shook, shining with incomparable brilliance, as if it was resonating with him, feeling deeply happy. "What exactly do you wish to tell me?" Shihao asked. Regardless of whether it needed help or was trying to communicate with him, this cauldron should have something it wanted to tell him, only it was unable to say it clearly. "That battle, I wish to see you." Suddenly, a sound was transmitted from that cauldron again. At this moment, it used up a tremendous amount of power, holding back the profound and hidden natural laws, telling him this. Hong! Shihao's entire body trembled greatly, as if he grasped something, about to see a mysterious scene. At this moment, between heaven and earth, endless natural laws interweaved. Lightning accompanied by immortal energy began to frantically surge. An expanse of lightning immediately hacked down. Heaven and earth blasted through. The boundless battlefield was drowned underneath, everything about to be destroyed. Shihao felt that this type of lightning was too terrifying, any streak enough to blast through a great province. If it happened in the 3,000 provinces, the results would be too horrible to even contemplate. The cauldron rushed over again, and as if it was severing karma, cut down natural order, eliminating something. In the end, the most terrifying immortal Dao lightning Shihao had ever seen disappeared, all of it turning into a rain of light, thus scattering. However, this cauldron became a bit dimmer, the blood beads on its surface rolling about, strange brilliance shining, but ultimately returning to darkness. This cauldron was too powerful, hacking away the lightning. However, it also paid a great price. Shihao knew that the reason why destructive power appeared was completely because of him and the cauldron's conversation. The great mysteries affected the world's balance and stability. He felt a sense of uneasiness inside. What exactly was the future going to be like? This cauldron came from the future to find an ancient person like him, proving the severity of the situation. It reached an unimaginable degree. Right now, they only spoke a few simple sentences, not touching the core matters yet, not conversing without any restraint, yet there was already this type of scene. Shihao understood that they couldn't truly communicate. Even this roundabout, barely touching upon the topic way already created this result. If they really spoke what they wanted, that would definitely cause devastating effects. Doing things like this will change history. It affected too much. It was because this cauldron came from the next great era, returning to this so-called past. The cause and effect this produced was great to an unimaginable degree. For later generations now everything already happened, impossible to change. Forcefully sending a cauldron back like this would only allow them to watch, unable to change anything. Otherwise, there was no place for it in the heavens or 10,000 worlds. The things that already happened couldn't be changed, time long announcing its verdict. Even if the future people's magical force was heaven overflowing, they were still helpless to change anything. They sent this cauldron back, but if they tried to forcefully interfere, even if this cauldron was the #1 artifact throughout time, it would still be destroyed. They carried great hope, but in the end, still couldn't tell me everything, having me slowly guess at the truth. Shihao looked at the cauldron, releasing a light sigh. Even though this cauldron said that it hoped to see him in that battle, this information didn't really allow him to decipher the most important things. Meanwhile, he believed that this cauldron couldn't release anything more, only able to guide him like this. I already saw a corner of the future, an endless desolateness, a bleak world, accompanied by the divine Tao alone. That is my situation. Nothing existed any longer, even willow deity dead, turning into scorched wood behind me, my back facing it as I sat there. Xianxia said to himself. This was the scene he previously saw. Is this the end? If you come from the next world, those of that era should understand these things, right? Xianxia asked, his face expressionless. However, this time the simple and ancient cauldron didn't reply. This wasn't a tacit acknowledgement, nor was it opposition. It seemed to be in doubt, analyzing something. It was because the emperor blood on the cauldron walls were shining, flickering about rhythmically, continuously fluctuating. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Even though he felt unwillingness, he didn't feel dispirited. He was feeling out what the future was going to be like. However, because of this cauldron, he found it a bit difficult to calm down. The matters pertaining to him, to this great era's situation, could it be that even the later generations were unclear? After this great era ended, where would he be? Would he be dead? Or would there be some type of unforeseen event? Xianxia said to himself. It seems like there are many things that should be spoken to me, or else there wouldn't be a need for you to come this far. Only he saw a corner of the future. Was that the final result? He clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept it. If everything became deathly still, the entire world destroyed, leaving only him behind, what meaning was there left in survival? His friends, loved ones, and even enemies would all be dead. A gloomy world like that was too frightening. I can change everything. That isn't the future. Not the end, Xianxia said. This cauldron swayed about, as if nodding, but also like it was withstanding tremendous karma. Chi. Suddenly, it moved, tearing apart this void, rushing forward, thus disappearing from Xianxia's sight. This made him stare blankly. This cauldron led him here, but left without any reluctance in the end. Everything happening so suddenly. He released a sigh. In the end, he still wasn't strong enough. If his strength shocked past and present, then he could grasp everything, perhaps even forcefully making that cauldron stay behind. Right, it said that it came too early. What it wished to meet, to wait for, is naturally not my current self. It is definitely the most powerful me. Xianxia understood. Only, how was he supposed to go back? This shouldn't be the region he was at before. Xianxia's divine senses were extremely sharp. He knew that the path he followed to arrive in this strange and spacious battlefield was likely inside Emperor City, but he was now too far from the three great supreme beings. It left, but the crack is still there, not closing. Xianxia saw the radiance ahead. This was the aftermath left behind after the cauldron disappeared. Multicolored light shining brilliantly. That place's void had a crack that was unexpectedly still vibrating. Xianxia knew that this cauldron wouldn't harm him. If there was danger, it wouldn't leave this path behind. Was this to guide him? Perhaps this was all it could do. If it forcefully interfered any further, it might just trigger karma not even the immortal cauldron could counteract. Everything was dusky. Not a blade of grass growing on the scorched earth. Dried up bones everywhere. They were left behind from endless years ago. Unknown just how many heroes ended up dying in battle here. In the darkness, only that brightly colored brilliance was the most striking, bringing light to this world of death. With a schwa sound, Xianxia rushed through. Immediately afterwards, he smelled the fragrance of flowers, heard bird cries. The grass and trees were fresh, a place of green hills and clear waters, spiritual essence undulating about. Xianxia was stunned. This type of scene was completely different from what he expected. It wasn't deathly still. Not a scorched earth. No corpses, only thriving life force. The cauldron disappeared. Xianxia was faced with an expanse of lush greenery. Auspicious light flickered about, appearing extremely auspicious and peaceful. What kind of place did I enter? Xianxia felt a wave of distractedness. The difference between the previous place and this one was just too great. Just now, he was still in an ancient battlefield, and now he was in a pure land. The brilliant light behind him disappeared, that void crack closing, thus disappearing. Was this a spatial node? Xianxia glanced backwards, remembering this place. He might have to make use of this place to return. He wanted to see just what kind of place he ended up entering. He didn't fly out of fear of being suppressed by mysterious laws. It was clear that this world was extremely unordinary, bringing him a sense of vastness and grandness. It was as if a great Tao had descended, bringing him a great pressure within the auspiciousness and peacefulness. Chi! Suddenly, a little bird that was still crying out turned into a streak of green light, flying towards Xianxia, its speed just too fast. Dang! Xianxia blocked with his arm. Sparks unexpectedly flew out between his palm and fingers. Kung Chong sounds released, as if metal was striking against each other. This left him shocked. It was just a palm-sized little bird. So how could it have such strength, moreover such a tough body? It was inconceivable. With a green flash, this bird withdrew, leaving behind a string of afterimages like a ghost. It landed on a mountain peak not too far away, staring fixedly at him. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, opening his heavenly eyes to stare at it. The speed just now was too fast, so he didn't notice anything before. Now he saw everything. Soon afterwards, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a species that did not exist in the 3,000 Dao provinces. It wasn't large, but its appearance was rather strange. Its bird beak was like a true dragon, curved and shaped like a dragon. Too abnormal. Apart from this, there were a few vague skull-like diagrams on its green wings. They were naturally formed and not artificially produced. Dragon-beaked death bird? Xianxia didn't dare believe what he was seeing. He recognized it, but this was a species that didn't exist in the present world, long going extinct. This was a demonic bird recorded in bone books. It was too archaic, so ancient that only a few could be found at the start of this great era. However, they became extinct soon afterwards. Yet, it was rumored that in the last great era they were a powerful race. Even though they weren't large, they possessed rather terrifying comprehensive strength. What kind of place did I end up running to? Why am I seeing this type of creature? Xianxia was confused. It was because from what he understood, the world in this great era had long undergone a great change, the laws and order different. Many creatures couldn't adapt, disappearing along the great river of time. Many of immortal ancient great era's creatures went extinct, unable to adapt to this world. Even after the 3,000 great Tao flower petals linked up immortal ancient remains, this type of demonic bird had still disappeared, not adapting to the world's changes. The entire species wiped out. Could be said that this type of bird shouldn't exist in this world at all. Yet before his eyes, this notion was toppled. This dragon-beaked death bird was clearly ridiculously powerful. However, Xianxia also noticed that its eyes were red, different from the emerald green that was recorded. It was too striking, flickering with a type of strange and terrifying radiance. This made Xianxia's mind jump. He couldn't help but associate this with immortal ancient great era's battle. Back then, those intruders were just like this, their eyes scarlet red like blood, as if they had undergone demonization. Xianxia was shocked. He made a terrifying association. This place I came to? Don't tell me it's that world? If that was true, then it was just too shocking. However, he then shook his head with all his strength. This really was a bit too unrealistic. The desolate border was difficult to break into, not easy to cross. However, that cauldron perhaps had this power. This was what he thought. Chi! Green multicolored light flashed. That bird flew over again, inconceivably fast. Moreover, at this moment it displayed a Tao method, draconic cries sounding unendingly. The bird beak shone, releasing dragon-shaped light blades, hacking murderously towards Xianxia. Normal heavenly deities would die on contact. Xianxia sighed. He used all of his strength, finally using the Kuan Peng technique, suppressing this bird. He was going to get to the bottom of this, ask it about this place. However, something shocking happened. When the bird was suppressed, its blood pupils went dim, and then its body began to rot. Then, its feathers turned into ashes. Not long afterwards, it completely turned to dust. It seemed to have experienced an eternity in that instant, body and spirit erased. Xianxia searched around this place, discovering that this demonic bird was the nearby overlord. All of the creatures survived under its rule. However, this region was extremely strange. All of the vicious birds and ferocious beasts that lived here had scarlet-red eyes, impossible to tame. Once they were injured, they directly turned to dust. The other side of the world, did I end up in the enemy's territory? I am going to get to the bottom of this. Xianxia's heart was pounding. The unexpected trip made it hard for him to calm down. He had been speculating what the enemy was like this entire time, what kind of backgrounds they had. Now, he might have found a chance, perhaps able to learn about a few things soon. Xianxia walked forward, leaving this primary area. He felt rather nervous. Did he really end up on the other side of the world? This place was lush with plant life, spiritual spring murmuring, the cliffs steep. When Xianxia rose into the air, he discovered that the natural laws of this world were different, vaguely suppressing him, but it wasn't that big of an issue. The world is different, the natural laws of heaven and earth different. I really crossed the desolate border? He couldn't believe it. Numerous purple mountain peaks appeared. The spiritual essence of this place was especially rich. Some of the springs and pools made completely of spiritual liquid, sparkling and translucent. A fragrance assailed the nostrils. Many medicinal herbs he had never seen before growing in this region, releasing their sweet fragrance. Don't tell me that I ended up barging into a great figure's medicine garden? Xianxia said to himself. It was because he could clearly smell the aura of holy medicines, with a chance of even divine medicines being here. Sure enough, after walking into this purple mountain region, he immediately saw a stalk of golden ginseng. It was as thick as an arm, golden and shining, flowing with holy light. Really as the radish. If that little rabbit saw this, she would definitely be crying out. Xianxia thought of the lunar jade rabbit, that young lady loved to chew on holy ginseng the most. When he thought of her, he naturally couldn't help but think of that young Qilin beast. What exactly was going on? He still never had a chance to ask her. Following a light sound, Xianxia gently removed the golden ginseng, not including the golden lateral roots. Just the main root was 2 feet long, surging with spiritual essence, golden radiance shining brilliantly. A rich fragrance wafted outwards. When one inhaled this scent, it would make them feel extremely comfortable. And, soon after, he discovered that something wasn't right. Relying on intuition, he fiercely dug up the soil. Ah! Xianxia released a cry of alarm. For him, this was an extremely rare thing. It was just too shocking. He directly threw aside the golden ginseng, feeling sick, extremely uncomfortable. He immediately rushed over to the spiritual spring to wash his hands, regretting his action just now greatly. Below the soil was a corpse. Even after endless years, the bones still haven't decayed. The flesh dried up, a layer of old skin wrapped around the bones. It was clear that this was an expert, moreover an extremely powerful figure. It was because Xianxia could tell with a glance that this was a great figure from the archaic era. Even after endless years had passed, his corpse was still preserved, truly not simple. This golden ginseng took root precisely on this corpse, growing on top of it. Xianxia felt extremely strange, at the same time unwell. Holy medicines usually grew on spiritual and refined places. How could it take root on a corpse? The only fortunate thing was that he didn't randomly eat it. If he truly took a bite, then he would really feel regret then. Xianxia studied it a bit. This golden holy ginseng root wasn't much different from that of the 3,000 provinces, similarly rich with spiritual essence. Based on his suspicions, the medicinal effects shouldn't be much inferior. Xianxia walked to the mountain region, and then he immediately became petrified. He saw stalk after stalk of holy medicines, their numbers not few. These holy medicines were a bit familiar, but he had never seen most of them before. At the very least, they had long gone extinct in the 3,000 Dao provinces. Xianxia carefully analyzed them. These were all rare species. If he didn't guess wrong, they should be holy medicines that had long become extinct in Immortal ancient great era. The era was different, the laws of heaven and earth changed. Many creatures became extinct. This naturally included medicinal herbs and others. They still existed here. He became more and more certain that this might be the other side of the world he resided in. Pooh! With a light stamp of his feet, the ground surface ruptured, the earth and rocks flying up. How could clearly see that what rested beneath a stalk of holy medicine was a skeleton, terrifyingly sinister. Could it be that they were all like this? This was a bit terrifying. Sure enough, when How brandished his palm, causing the mountain region to split open, he was stunned. There were skeletal remains everywhere underground, especially the places with holy medicines. All of filled them with ancient skin and bone corpses. All of the holy medicines took root on their bodies, absorbing spiritual essence, growing like this. In reality, these skeleton remains didn't only produce a single batch of holy medicines. They had always been used like this. How researched these ancient corpses seriously. His mind pounded. These creatures were just too powerful when they were alive. Just how many years have passed? Yet they still carried divine force fluctuations. How cruel, unable to obtain rest even after death. Used like this. How clenched his fists. It was because he saw that these corpses were the same as the races he had seen in bone books, belonging to immortal ancients people, originally people from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Only, it was unknown if they were captured or if they died in this world, ultimately becoming nourishment for growing holy medicines. Just how cruel of a thing was this? They were originally the most powerful experts, yet they had this type of lamentable conclusion. How left this purple mountain region, entering an even more vast mountain range. Ancient trees were everywhere, ancient vines coiling around mountains. Hong! How sent a palm out. Mountain peaks collapsed, rocks flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, his pupils rapidly shrunk, revealing murderous intent. His suspicions were true. There were white bones everywhere even below the ordinary mountain region. There were several hundred zhang tall giants, a foot-long purple golden rat, but they had already become dried-up bones. What kind of place was this? For there to be skeleton remains everywhere beneath the surface. Was this a past battlefield? How's face fell, because these creatures should originally all belong to immortal ancient great era. That world's creatures, yet now they were all lying here. Fortunately, there weren't many formidable creatures here. Only that dragon-beaked death bird who ruled this vast mountain range. How continuously examined this place, verifying that this mountain was full of white bones. Then he went on his way, sticking close to the mountain forest. He turned into a streak of lightning, rushing into the distance. He wanted to find a city in this realm, wishing to see what kind of people resided here. Finally, he left the mountain range region, entering a field, seeing signs of activity. There were creatures moving about here. How immediately moved. He really wanted to know what the enemies that were trying to invade his world were like. He didn't believe those red-eyed creatures were the only enemies. The main culprits. He wished to see the main culprits, the ones known as the most powerful enemies, just what kind of races they were. And, soon afterwards, How seized a figure, a humanoid creature. He really wanted to take action and capture this person and carefully study it. However, the sound of space shattering transmitted from the distance. 800 zhang long silver centipedes pulled a war chariot, rising up into the air, incredibly grand and imposing. How was shocked. Those 8 centipedes were unordinary, their 100 zhang bodies surging with poisonous mist. Their silver shells were awe-inspiring, all of them heavenly deities. How powerful! How really was quite shaken up. To have heavenly deities pull the carriage. This was just too great of a display of extravagance, right? He definitely never saw someone act like this in the 3,000 provinces. As a result, he didn't act too recklessly, allowing them to depart into the distance. He heard a young lady's laughter from that war chariot, leaving him stunned. The expert that had 8 heavenly deities as servants was a young lady? This was a bit hard to comprehend. Or is this to say that she is a servant girl, and there's another powerful individual? How wasn't sure. Only, based on his intuition, that young lady was likely the master of the carriage, because that laughter carried self-confidence, not the laughter of a female servant trying to curry favor. This place has powerful individuals. Definitely a special place. Sure Hao didn't stay here. When that war chariot left, he appeared again, and then quickly rushed into the horizon. Soon after, he saw a city that was extremely large, towering in the limits of the horizon. This was an ancient city, the style a bit oppressive. The entire enormous city was a pitch-black color, made from a type of mysterious or it was as if a black-colored vicious beast was laying dormant, its aura majestic and boundless. What kind of race is this? Sure Hao narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize them, never seeing them before in the 3,000 provinces. They weren't humanoid, similar to reptile people. Their lower halves were like flood dragons, scales a deep color, claws sharp, their upper bodies humanoid. There was also a pair of black wings behind them. It was precisely this type of creature that guarded this city. In addition, when Sure Hao looked into the city from afar, he saw many similar creatures inside. This was a city that belonged exclusively to this race. Unfortunately, Sure Hao didn't recognize them. There were no recordings even in the bone books. Could it be that these are the terrifying enemies that stand against us? They seem to be of the more vicious sort, hard to reason with. Sure Hao said quietly, observing them a step further. When those creatures opened their mouths and spoke, they used an ancient language that was rather complex, carrying coronal consonants, impossible to understand. Sure Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully thinking to himself for a long time. He didn't enter the city deciding to leave. It was because he was just too different from these creatures in appearance. Even with the 72 transformations, they might still be able to tell if he entered rashly. It was because some species were too sharp towards creatures of other species. Sure Hao left this region, crossing the plains, heading on his way again. As a result, he discovered another city, the scale even larger, even more grand. Soon after, Sure Hao's eyes widened. It was because the species in this city were too familiar. They were just like him, human race. There was definitely no mistake. It was to the extent where he could even see their flesh, blood, and bones with his heavenly eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of difference. The so-called enemies, they are actually the same species as us? There were quite a few experts in this city. As a whole, they were more powerful than the race he saw just now. Sure Hao became momentarily absent-minded. A moment later, he disappeared from this place, quickly moving through these plains, wishing to fully understand the situation. Soon after, he discovered more than 10 ancient cities, all of them with powerful experts overseeing them. There were 7 or 8 races, half of these cities grasped in the hands of the human race. The relations between these cities were still rather peaceful, all of them speaking the same type of ancient language. Sure Hao's brows locked together deeply. This was a bit different from what he had imagined. This was the enemy? He found it a bit hard to believe, feeling like there was something wrong. Soon after, Sure Hao took action, catching 1 or 2 creatures outside the city. These 2 creatures' strength wasn't great, only ordinary humans. Sure Hao wasn't really willing to take action against those with strength that was too great, because that would easily cause trouble and problems. Meanwhile, even if these small figures disappeared, it likely wouldn't draw too much attention. He frowned, because these were the lowest-level creatures who didn't understand the fundamentals of this world, unable to provide Sure Hao with any valuable information. However, his return was still acceptable, because after reading these individuals' divine senses, he learned their ancient language, as well as understood a bit about this world's social customs. Sure Hao changed into this world's clothes, and then swaggered towards a giant city belonging to the human race. He was quite successful, not drawing any suspicion. Sure Hao smoothly entered the loud and bustling streets. Sure Hao took up residence, not immediately searching around. Only a few days later, when he completely familiarized himself with a few issues he had to pay attention to, did he start to take action. Through indirect approaches and casual chatter, Sure Hao obtained extremely valuable information that left him shocked. We have to fight our way over sooner or later. After losing most of the spiritual earth, we have to defend our honor, seize it back. I heard that nowadays those places have been beaten quite badly, now called the 9 heavens 10 earths. When he heard their words, Hao's mind went cold. Hey, we are the fiends? Bullshit, they are the real monsters. That world originally belonged to us, but was invaded and occupied. An elder roared in grief. Hao was stupefied. What kind of words were these? It was completely different from what he had imagined. Hao really wanted to ask why the elder roared like this. This was completely different from what he understood, to the extent where it was basically the direct opposite. The city was extremely large, piled up with black enormous rocks that flickered with cold radiance like metal. It was a bit suffocating. However, the city was quite lively, people coming and going, an endless stream of horses and carriages coming and going, extremely bustling. When that topic was mentioned, many people became stirred up, feeling quite unsatisfied. Based on what they said, they were the true owners of the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were forced to leave against their will, chased out from their homes by devils. Hao carefully examined them. These people were indeed no different from the human race, not different species. Since they were the same race, why did they call the people of the other side of the desolate border devils? The 9 heavens 10 earths geniuses should be the ones with the right to call the people here this term, because once these people crossed the desolate border, it represented destruction, the end of a great era. They all said that there was an immortal ancient who knew if there were other great eras before then. They were all destroyed, forever buried. This was like a reincarnation, but also a type of predestination. Now, it was this era's turn, everything destined for destruction. When he thought this situation, Hao was a bit angry. It was clearly these people who wanted to destroy the 3,000 Dao provinces, so why did they play the victim? At the very least, from what he understood, the 3,000 provinces had always been on the defensive, never attacking this side of the world, the situation miserable. As a result, Hao began to move secretly, capturing a few people and searching their consciousness. He discovered that all of them were of the same beliefs. Just where does the problem lay? Which world is speaking lies? Hao firmly believed that the 3,000 provinces were the victims. After all, even now, they were about to face a fate of death. In the following days, Hao continuously investigated. He blended into these natives, interacting and understanding the situation from them. There are some that are strong, but there are also those that are weak. Generally speaking, they aren't too much stronger than my 3,000 provinces. So what are they relying on to destroy the 9 heavens 10 earths? Hao asked himself. It was because he had traveled through many mountains and valleys, entering many enormous cities, coming into contact with powerful clans one after another. He couldn't help but admit that some of the clans were ridiculously powerful, but they still didn't possess the power to overwhelm the other side of the world, right? Many of the great clans were clans that had existed since Immortal ancient great era. Now, they had long disappeared from the 3,000 Dao provinces. The appearance of any of these clans in the other world would trigger an uproar. This really was something that toppled everything he knew. The so-called extinct, so-called no longer existing was all fake. They were still quite prosperous. Hao had a strange feeling. Just who were they fighting against? Who was their enemy? One had to understand that in the last great era, these creatures existed in the 9 heavens 10 earths, forever buried by the enemies on this side. Only, he didn't see the corresponding enemies, only seeing the originally extinct ancient creatures. This made him shiver inwardly. He recalled the scene of his mental journey back to Immortal Ancient. These were all creatures that had been targets of destruction. Even though those enemies were wrapped in mist, he could see that some of them were large, some of them humanoid, all of them with their unique characteristics. Where were those enemies? Hao stared blankly. After coming to this side of the desolate border, he had never seen any enemies, only seeing ancient people that should have originally disappeared from existence. I am going to get to the bottom of this, Hao said. Then he began to wander about, visiting many ancient lands. As for those public libraries and others, they were almost completely rummaged through by him. For an entire month, Hao immersed himself in a special state, continuously searching about, hoping to find the truth. His search wasn't completely fruitless. He finally saw a line of text on a steep cliff. The truth has been destroyed in history. Towards the creatures of this world, this didn't count as much, because it was just a line of complaint. They assumed it was something left behind by some experts who weren't content, letting their emotions affect their decisions. However, for Xianxia, it crashed down like thunder. He was different, his background different, so the feeling he got from this wasn't the same. I have to investigate further. Have to get to the bottom of this. Xianxia began to roam about all different places. He discovered with astonishment that this world really was too large, definitely not smaller than the 3,000 provinces. It was vast and boundless without limit, allowing him to travel as he pleased. Moreover, there really were many cultivators in this world, seemingly having to do with the world's laws and other reason. They were a notch better than the 3,000 provinces in this regard. Just like that, Xianxia visited ancient tribes one after another, all for the sake of learning the truth. After using up several months of time, he finally obtained some clues. This world's history was a bit unclear. The records of what happened before the Archaic era wasn't clear. In addition, in the most ancient tribes he traveled through, some of the historical sites had a few weapons and artifacts left over that drew his suspicions. This was especially the case with a few stone engravings, a few copper cauldron engraving patterns. The damaged images recorded on them were extremely strange, and also left others puzzled. Xianxia was careful, paying more and more attention. He searched about like this, seriously exploring, as a result discovering that there were a few people in this world who were searching for answers as well. They were people who searched the past. These people were mainly bards, wanderers, and others. Of course, these people weren't looking for the great mysteries of past and present, purely doing this out of interest, just to answer some questions about the ancient era. However, this was good news for Xianxia. He needed these types of people wishing to exchange and interact with them. He encountered some people like this, and through interacting with them, learned their habits and characteristics. He continuously came into contact with similar people, and as a result obtained great returns. No matter how hard a single person worked, the effects would still be limited. After all, he didn't belong to this world, only looking around right now. He couldn't compare to these people. Some people claim that there was a period of darkness in the ancient era that was full of bloodiness. In the end, for some unknown reason, that piece of history was erased, as if there was a page forcefully turned. This was what a bard told him. In the distant past, our world seemed to have some other creatures. They were too powerful, high above, but later on it was unknown what happened, but they disappeared. This was what another elder said. Xianxia's heart pounded with pung-pung sounds. After using up several months of time, he finally learned about a few important situations, feeling great joy inside. Those were the saviors, the paramount unmatched existences. Another added. Of course, these were all legends passed around on a small scale. Normal people didn't know about it. They were mostly things that were deduced after organizing the ruin diagrams from the stone cliffs and other places off the beaten path. Xianxia's mind felt a bit of pressure. He just felt like this shattered past. Once it was truly deciphered, the truth clarified, it might be extremely cruel, unendurably heavy. I want the truth. He went on his way again. He interacted with these people, and frequently entered historical sites alone in search of clues. Finally, he made a new discovery, unexpectedly obtained a new term, undying being. These creatures were incredibly powerful, appearing before in history. When matched up with the fragmented clues he previously understood, he believed that they should be the ones who previously affected the world. Only when they disappeared, they could no longer be found. Youngster, this world will always have truths we cannot understand. Too many things shrouded in mystery. However, sooner or later, they will come to the surface and no longer be secrets. This was what an elder told him. He also gave Xianxia an important clue, that not everyone forgot about the past events. At the very least, the most powerful inheritances of this world should understand what happened in the ancient past. Only, they guarded their secrets, not willing to speak about it. Those most ancient inheritances understand the history and truth? Xianxia's eyes lit up. I presume so. I had previously heard from a Holy Land's great elder that this world truly has undying beings who protect us. The elder said. When he heard the first half, Xianxia was still excited and moved, But when he heard the last part, he immediately felt his body go cold. That undying being was protecting them? Hao felt a deep coldness, a chill running down his back. If he were looking from what he understood from the 3,000 provinces, those should be enemies. Why was it that, in the mouths of the people of this realm, they became saviors? Hao understood clearly that the creatures of immortal ancient great era were the targets of destruction. The battle back then definitely happened, he even personally witnessed it. But now, there were actually descendants of those who were destroyed still alive, but they had long forgotten the past. Soon after, Hao learned of a fact. Great waves were stirring in this world. Great ancient sects mobilizing forces, perhaps about to launch a great battle. However, the creatures of this world often fought between themselves too, so it wasn't much different from normal. Only, this time, a few great sects transmitted outwards that the great battle this time was unprecedented. If they succeed, they might be able to overturn the 9 heavens 10 earths and leave this place. Hao's mind trembled. They were finally going to come, the creatures of this world also starting to prepare for war. Undying Mountain has revived. The great opportunity has arrived. Moreover, right at this time someone spread this information. Hao was pleasantly surprised. He had long heard from a few bards' mouths about that mountain peak. It was known to be great and boundless, able to get close to the undying. Only, normally it was extremely peaceful without anything special. Only during special times would it revive. Now, it was reviving, meaning that he could go take a look. There was a portion of the truth there, from what he understood through others' mouths. After reviving, Undying Mountain would display large amounts of engravings, rumored to possibly be truths of the ancient era. Hao moved, using up a long time, arriving after hurrying for many days. This was a great mountain that was entirely reddish-brown in color, as if it had been soaked in blood and now dried up, the color not fading much. When he arrived here, a boundless pressure surged, simply unimaginable, pressuring everyone until they couldn't breathe. It was as if an enormous hammer smashed down on the pits of their stomachs. Hao was moved. This mountain really was too terrifying. He looked at it. It stretched into the clouds, incomparably massive. He couldn't help but sigh. There were no great peaks in this world taller than this one. Hao approached. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was shocked. It was because on a few of the stone walls, there were some damaged diagrams, traces left behind by ancient people. Undying beings. Hao saw a few ancient diagrams. His expression immediately changed, because according to the truths the diagrams portrayed, there really were unmatched terrifying creatures in this world. They were exceptionally powerful, truly undying. The mountains were majestic, the reddish-brown color carrying a hint of sinister feeling. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and even the stone steps carried a faint red blood color. Hao ascended the mountain, searching stone walls for engravings one after another, hoping to find history's truths. He already examined more than 10 diagrams, on all of them recorded these so-called saviors, or the undying beings many people spoke of. Those creatures were blurry, a wave of sky shocking killing intent seeping out of those stone walls. Hao's expression became serious, more fearful the more he saw. This diagram was definitely not left behind by an ordinary person, simply having a soul. Otherwise, how could it still be so intimidating after all these years? The mountain was steep. The further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. Even someone as powerful as Hao felt a stifling feeling when he made it halfway up the mountain. What kind of place was this? Meanwhile, during this process, he saw a few other stone engravings, his expression becoming more and more grave. It was because according to the records, those undying beings were unmatched experts who previously killed the so-called devils of another world, saving all of the creatures in this world, providing for them. This toppled everything Hao knew. He definitely didn't believe it. The higher up he climbed, the more closely he examined them. These stone engravings became more and more striking, making Hao's body go cold. Just how powerful were the methods used to overthrow history's truth? He felt this entire time that the so-called undying beings were related to the enemies that slaughtered their way into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It should be them. Yet now, they were regarded as saviors. Hao's mind went cold, releasing a wave of powerless feeling. He was getting close to the mountaintop, but when there was still some distance, Hao stopped. It was because he saw a few people, all of them covered in sweat, seated on the floor. Even though he also felt tired as well, he could still continue on. However, he didn't continue, stopping here. Hao was extremely shocked. The ones here were all at the prime of their lives. More than 10 of them in total. All of them cultivated immortal energy, using this to support themselves. This was the reason why they could reach this place. Soon afterwards, he thought of those rumors. This was a place of great natural luck. Each time the Undying Mountain revived, many of the most stunning youngsters under the sky would come here to obtain great natural luck. Hao revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he could also get something from this place? Those people looked over. When they saw Hao's condition, they were all astonished, a few of their pupils even rapidly shrinking. You never activated immortal energy, yet could directly walk up? Eventually, someone cried out in alarm. Hao was shaken up, understanding why ascending this mountain was so difficult, making him feel a bit suffocated. Turns out those who wanted to ascend this mountain had to cultivate immortal energy. Sure enough, when he released a strand of immortal energy, the pressure he faced lessened greatly. Who are you? Actually able to climb the mountain without releasing immortal energy? One of them asked bitterly, feeling that this was extremely unfair. A middle-aged man sighed and said, "Let's go. There's no hope even if we reach the top. The experts this year are too many. We should give up our hopes on the undying." After saying this, the middle-aged man got up. A strand of immortal energy swirled around his body, his gait unsteady, head covered in sweat as he headed down the mountain, feeling incredibly dejected. "I came from the great wastelands, remained in the mountain forests, far from society, so I do not understand too much about this great mountain. Can Dao friends help clear up my confusion?" Hao spoke in a rather humble manner. He wanted to know what kind of place this was exactly, what kind of natural luck there was, why they came. This is Undying Mountain, as well as the place where the saviors recorded in the great Holy Land's ancient texts appear. We came here naturally out of hope that the undying beings would appear, so we could follow them. A young lady said. She also cultivated a strand of immortal energy, quite stunning and extraordinary. She didn't leave because she was still young, her potential greater than that of the middle-aged man who left the mountain earlier. She still had the plasticity to reach even higher. It was because according to the ancient Holy Land's records, the undying beings liked younger heroes. They were easier to foster, more easily molded. Hao's mind felt as if a tornado swept through it. This place was going to have an undying individual? Was this information true? If it was, then that was too shocking. Hao discovered that the bits and pieces he had collected up until now were all true. When strung up together, it really was cruel and terrifying. Of course, this type of coldness was only something he alone felt. The creatures in this world wouldn't feel such a thing. What kind of place did I arrive in? The undying enemies have become saviors. Hao sighed. He hoped that his judgment was wrong, that everything was fake. Otherwise, it was just too terrible. The people who reached this place were all stunning individuals, every one of them with astonishing backgrounds, all of them top-level heaven-warping figures from various holy lands. Of course, there were loose cultivators too. They didn't speak much, every single one of them calm and unflustered. They could sense that Hao was strong, inwardly sighing, feeling that the competition was too fierce. The most powerful have all ascended. You should hurry and make your move too. Someone reminded, revealing good intentions. Perhaps this could be considered a type of investment too. It was because once one was brought away by an undying being, their accomplishments in the future would become limitless, destined to shine brilliantly. Hao offered his thanks, and then climbed the mountain again. He displayed immortal energy, surrounding himself with it, advancing towards the mountaintop. The pressure became greater and greater. Later on, when he was close to the top, Hao felt like it was a bit strenuous even when using 2 strands of immortal energy. almost unable to support himself. He shivered inwardly. It seemed like none of the ones who were able to reach the mountaintop were weak, all of them ridiculously powerful. This was a path prepared for those with 3 strands of immortal energy. However, just how many people like this could there be? He narrowed his eyes. There were people on the mountaintop. Sure enough, there were powerful individuals who had long arrived. And, suddenly, he saw a diagram on the stone wall on the side of the road. This time, aside from an undying being, he also saw the Kuan Pong and Willow deities' stone engravings. Are they going to fight against the undying beings? Sure Hao stopped, looking at the experts on the engraving. After looking at it for a long time, Sure Hao continued up the stairs, finally arriving at the mountain top. He felt a tremendous pressure here. It was also precisely at this time that he saw a young man whose entire body was shining, walking midair towards a stone wall. Golden light released endlessly, a path appearing. He following a golden path, suddenly disappearing from this place. Sure Hao was stupefied. That person disappeared just too quickly. Was this to see an undying being? At the same time, he was shaken up. That person cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. He saw this clearly. He was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he only had time to see his departing figure. He couldn't help but release a sigh. The natural laws of this world and other things were unordinary, terrifying as expected. Their cultivation level was a notch above the 3,000 provinces. You are quite formidable, coming up only by relying on 2 strands of immortal energy. Why are you not displaying your 3rd strand of immortal energy? A melodious voice sounded, extremely pleasant to listen to, as if orioles were chirping. Sure Hao revealed a look of surprise, because he felt that this voice was a bit familiar. It was a young lady who sat at the mountain top, currently looking at a stone monument, as if pondering and studying it. She didn't turn around, but was clearly talking to Sure Hao. It was because right now only the 2 of them were left. Sure Hao laughed, releasing 3 strands of immortal energy around him, decreasing the pressure he faced sharply, immediately feeling much better. Soon after, he knew who this young lady was. That aura, that voice were things he had previously felt. Several months ago, when he first arrived in this world, he had seen 8 silver centipedes pull a carriage. The one carried precisely this woman. The young lady got up, 3 strands of immortal energy swirling around her, displaying that she was an exceptional genius, someone comparable to exiled immortal, 10 Crown King, and Ning Chuan. When one first gave this girl a look, they would only feel that she was pretty, but not stunning. However, the more one looked at her, the more it would feel as if she carried a type of immortal Tao aura. Her eyes were intelligent, aura extraordinary. She was extremely unordinary, her entire being giving off a restrained elegance. The more one looked at her, the more one would feel as if her style was unmatched, transcending this world, far greater than those so-called beauties. It's you, we met before. She was shocked, her charming face revealing a look of surprise. Sure Hao was shocked. Back then, they only hurriedly passed each other, and he hid to the side, yet was unexpectedly still sensed by this woman. The other party was formidable after all. It's a small world. Sure Hao calmed down, asking her how many people entered. Currently, only 2 entered. It is unknown if there will be any more. The young lady replied. There were a few monuments here with inscriptions and stone engravings on them. If one's strength was great enough, they could activate immortal energy to activate the monument, open up a passage to see the undying being. Why haven't you gone on your way yet? Sure Hao asked, a bit reluctant to leave this world. The young lady said, feeling a bit emotional. She looked at the scenery below the mountain. A small carriage appeared in her hands, supported by her palm. There were 8 small silver centipedes as well. Sure Hao was shocked. Even someone like this still carried traits of a young girl, feeling reluctant to leave home. Once one goes to see the undying being, how long will it be before one can return? Sure Hao asked. A long time, all the way until one's cultivation succeeds. The young lady said. Sure Hao asked her for guidance, claiming to have lived in the wilderness deserted mountains this whole time. not understand these things too much. He obtained some astonishingly valuable information from this young lady. Once this undying mountain activated, it could connect to another heaven and earth, forming an ancient path. Only those who cultivated immortal energy could enter. That was a pure land where undying beings resided, the world where unmatched creatures lived. Having the qualifications to enter, being guided by undying beings, this was undoubtedly tremendous natural luck. Xianxia gasped inwardly. If he had recklessly entered, it was hard to say what would happen. I've talked quite a bit. It's time for me to head on my way as well, even if I still feel reluctance. The young lady gave the distant mountains and valleys a look, and then turned around, preparing to open up a path and leave. She gave Xianxia a look and said, "You aren't going? Let's go together." Xianxia's mind was in complete chaos. If this young lady went to that world, when they met again they might be great life and death enemies. This young lady was incredibly breathtaking, natural talents exceptional. When she grew up in the future, heaven knew just how terrifying she would become. Meanwhile, she was a human race young lady, not someone who should be an enemy. This was just too great of a pity. "Dao friend, take care," Xianxia finally said, making her stop her steps. "Do you have something to take care of?" The young lady asked him. "Do you believe that the creatures of the other world are devils? That our homeland was invaded by them?" Xianxia said. "Isn't that the truth?" The young lady's pupils flickered. "I previously understood a few things from some ancient texts and stone engravings. In the other side of the world, those creatures are just like us, also of the same race," Xianxia said. "Their bodies are those of people, but their hearts have already turned evil." The young lady shook her head. Xianxia frowned. He really wanted to stop this young lady from meeting the long-life beings, hoping to be able to rope in a powerful helping hand. However, now this seemed impossible. It was because there were some views that were deeply rooted, difficult to change. Xianxia sighed inwardly. If what he suspected was true, then reality was too cruel. The undying beings were fostering exceptional heroic talents to attack the same races. This was just too infuriating. "I see disturbance in your eyes, and a type of regret, even sorrow. Why is that?" This woman, who looked more and more stunning, asked. "Cannot be explained clearly, cannot be understood, impossible to communicate with, the past unknown. With all of these added together, how can one's mind not be in disorder?" Xianxia released a light sigh. When one reached their level of cultivation realm, they were naturally able to see through many things. The young lady clearly sensed his great helplessness. "You wish to speak about the devils of the other world?" Xianxia didn't say anything. He knew that it was too hard to explain. These types of deeply rooted thinking. How could his one-sided story change anything? It wasn't realistic at all. What could he even say? Even if he tried his hardest, it would most likely still be ineffective. He couldn't pull back this young lady, unable to make her turn around. It was to the extent where he felt that even if he released his divine senses, allowing the young lady to observe his memories without any misgivings, it would still be too difficult. What was wrong wasn't her, but this entire world. Even if Xianxia produced something as proof for this world's people to see, he might still be treated as a lunatic and not be understood. "Your mind is clouded with thoughts," seemingly hesitating. "Don't tell me that it is because of the devils on the other side?" The young lady asked with a smile. She was rather sharp. Similarly, she also didn't understand. This was something everyone in this world was familiar with, so what was there to feel conflicted about, what was there to doubt? Once one cultivates to our level, producing 3 strands of immortal energy, when one's mind is calm, I believe all different matters of the mortal world will be understood. You do not need to feel distressed. The young lady continued to advise. When Xianxia heard this, he could only release a heavy sigh. "I wish to tell you a story." Finally, he still couldn't hold himself back, wishing to tell her the truth. As for whether or not it would prove useful at all, he didn't worry about that anymore, only acting to feel at ease. This female genius was just as strong as him, able to face 10 Crown King. If she reached the other side and they fought each other when the time came, that would be too much of a pity. "Oh, What kind of story? Is it something you saw from ancient texts? The young lady asked, clearly guessing at something, helping him continue this conversation. Yes, I saw it within an ancient text. Xianxia nodded. He spoke about the past events of the other side of the world. There are no devils, only a ruined world that had been beaten down. An entire great era ended. All of the creatures buried. Xianxia said. There was no way he could speak about this through the status of someone with personal experience, only claiming to have seen this from ancient texts. He spoke about everything from the destruction of immortal ancient up until the present, speaking about everything. Quite interesting, but I still just feel as if you are making insinuations. Are you hostile against this world? There is no need to believe the ancient texts, no need to treat it as true, the young lady said. Then, she thought for a bit before saying, I wonder, could it be that someone from that world came to our side and left behind this ancient text? When Xianxia heard this, his mind beat crazily. This young lady was just too sharp, right? Could it be that she directly suspected him just like that? That world's creatures are quite lamentable. They are servants of devils, yet unaware. When they wake up, they will definitely feel great grief. The young lady released a deep sigh. She unexpectedly said this. In Xianxia's opinion, if those sinister words were used to describe this world, then that would make perfect sense. However, Xianxia thought things over from a different perspective, and then he couldn't help but feel stunned. In the end, his scalp felt a bit numb. It was because if things were reversed, it also made sense. He was certain that this world was being deceived, the truth buried in the past. It was extremely shocking and horrifying. The so-called immortal ancient great era's destruction, it was all fake? Xianxia said without thinking. Soon after, he shook his head, not willing to be in a tangle with this issue anymore. Since the young lady didn't have anything else to say, then it was best to leave and separate here. Furthermore, there was another path, which was to kill or seal this woman, eliminating this worry here so they wouldn't have to deal with her on the battlefield. Even though only a hint of killing intent surged within him, not displaying anything on the outside, the young lady still revealed a strange expression, staring at him without saying anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Xianxia asked. Just now, your emotions were quite chaotic, but it was quite candid, yet now there is killing intent. Could it be that you wish to take action against me? This young lady was extremely calm, not showing any fear. Xianxia was greatly alarmed. She was just too sharp, right? She can even guess at the things at the bottom of his heart? You misunderstood, Xianxia said. How could he admit this? At worst, he would just walk away, meet again in the future. I cultivated mind connection, the young lady said. Xianxia was shocked. Mind connection, even having this type of ability unearthed, it truly was admirable. This was the second person he had met who grasped mind connection. Those who had these types of methods were destined to become unmatched heroes, extremely rare. In the past, when he was in the lower realm, the gray-clothed, appearance unmatched dual-pupil woman had cultivated mind connection as well. While panicking, Xianxia opened his mouth to ask if the other party knew everything he was thinking. If that was the case, then there was no need to use words, perhaps they could understand the truth from his mind. However, the young lady's next sentence left Xianxia disappointed. Our strengths are similar, both cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. Even if I grasped mind connection, it is too hard to seize your memories. The young lady said frankly. Mind connection sounded mysterious. There was a limit as well. Their strength was similar, and most importantly, there was immortal energy to protect the body, difficult to display its use. However, they could use this to observe a person's emotions, able to tell if they feel happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. Even then, this was already extremely crucial. That was why the young lady could sense his bit of killing intent, but not knowing why it arose. Hong! At this moment, the mountain peak trembled. Auspicious light blossomed. A blue-armored male walked over, looking not over 20 years of age. However, he was extremely powerful. It was clear that he cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, his bearing unordinary. Long hair scattered down to his waist, the the blue armor on his body shining brilliantly, pupils deep. When he saw the two that were on the mountaintop, his eyes immediately released brilliance. He then walked over, greeting the young lady. They had already been acquainted previously. Let's stay together and head on our way. He looked towards the young lady and said, I do not wish to move yet, wish to chat a bit more about an interesting topic. The young lady said, Oh, is that so? The young man smiled. He looked towards Xianxia and said, May I hear about this? We are talking about the devils as well as the matters of the other world. It is quite interesting. This Tao brother discovered an ancient text, the things recorded on it possessing content that overturns everything we know, completely different from the history we are familiar with. The young lady said, Interesting. I am also quite interested. This young man spoke. He was an extremely outstanding young supreme being. He was definitely a formidable opponent in Xiao's eyes. Xiao spoke, talking about that book, about the story. He wanted to have that young man truly understand. It was clear that for the creatures of this world, the things Xiao spoke about were extremely absurd, mentally rejecting it. You think quite highly of this book. I can feel that you are trying to absolve the devils, or maybe trying to sing praises of them. The young man's eyes immediately flourished with radiance, extremely expectant. I merely speak of a story. There is no need for great criticism. Xiao said, Who are you? Why haven't I met you before? He was quite sensitive. Even though this place was vast, the connection between great sects was quite close. Let me test you out a bit. That youth took action, about to directly size up Xiao, saying coldly, Why do you feel so strongly about the matters of the other side of the world? I have reason to believe that you are a descendant of the devils. Qi. That young supreme being flicked his finger. A green divine light flew out, shattering the heavens, stabbing forward like a war spear. This young expert took action while having the young lady leave the battlefield, acting quite carefully. Xiao understood. This person was interested in the young lady, and they were acquaintances to begin with, which was why he cared so much. He saw that Xiao was chatting with her, so he couldn't help but want to take action. As a result, this situation appeared. Xiao raised his hand, also releasing light. There were also white mists that pervaded the air. This battle was extremely intense, but it didn't continue for long. After just 10 or so blows, the two of them separated. It was because the mountain activated. It was named Undying, able to link up to another realm, quite unordinary. Right now, a great pressure was released. Don't tell me you really came from that world. A devil? This young supreme being said, his eyes cold, carrying killing intent. When Xiao heard this, he felt some anger. The other party didn't truly believe this, but only said this because of the young lady beside him. Don't fight anymore. We should head on our way. The young lady spoke, her voice pleasant to listen to, as if small pearls fell into a jade plate. We'll fight next time. At that time, there won't be anyone to stop the battle, so we'll decide who is superior then. That young man said. Everything before him was blurry, the radiance next to him dazzling. He walked forward, stepping into a golden ancient path. It withdrew into the void, quickly disappearing. Tao brother, you still aren't going to go? The young lady asked. There are some things I wish to understand. Need to think some more about them. Xiao shook his head. He sat down on the mountain now, not wishing to immediately continue. All right then. If fate allows it, we will meet again. I hope we do not become enemies then. The young lady said, and then she turned around. A golden passage appeared. She walked inside. Xiao's mind jumped. From start to finish, this young lady's divine awareness was extremely strong, as if she understood something. However, she didn't say too much, leaving just like that. Xiao paused momentarily, and then he quickly descended the mountain. He did not wish to enter that ancient path, immediately leaving. Along the way, the others were shocked. Why did this ridiculously powerful fella return? Could it be that he was injured along the way, unable to reach the summit? This was a bit unrealistic. After those two entered, will the undying beings come out after learning of the situation? coming to this world to kill me? Xiao's mind was heavy. He hurriedly left. When he left the mountain, he directly cut apart the void, disappearing from this place. I have to go back, return to my world. I learned too much in this world, easily coming into conflict. Hong. When he left Undying Mountain, a voice sounded, as if great waves struck the heavens. Moreover, there was a great roar that shook heaven and earth, truly a bit frightening. The Undying appeared? Xiao's face became pale, blood and chi surging. Just how powerful was the so-called Undying? Xiao didn't know for certain, but he knew that if this person wanted to kill him, it was too easy. He had long traveled, who knew how many tens of thousands of li, stopping on a grassland, but he still sensed a bone-chilling coldness. His blood was surging, body about to collapse. It really is an undying being? He was rather alarmed, feeling that it was too terrifying. All of the creatures in this realm were shocked. Not a single great holy land unshaken. Many of their experts making a pilgrimage over to Undying Mountain. Even larger amount of experts were hurrying towards this direction. Is it an unmatched existence who came? Someone said with a trembling voice. When they approached Undying Mountain, human figures were everywhere, all of them experts. They were all powerful individuals, the leading figures of every sect rushing over as soon as they could. No one came across, just a divine will that swept out, issuing a decree. The master of an ancient land said. What? It was just a divine will. Many people were shaken up, their eyes full of shock. A single divine will that swept across the world already left everyone trembling in fear. Just what kind of power was this? In reality, it was precisely as that person said. Undying Mountain had its peace restored. After the powerful aura disappeared, only a golden magical degree descended, appearing before everyone's eyes. The immortal battle is about to start. Someone's face became pale as he spoke. Even though they had long received news, this time was the most direct. An undying being released an unmatched degree, informing the cultivators of this realm that the peace of an entire great era is about to be broken. The so-called immortal battle would leave long-lasting effects. There is no need to fear the so-called 9 heavens 10 earths. The unmatched great ones can defeat them. Only, those creatures will likely come to stir up trouble. A female sect master said. The storm is about to start. The next great era has arrived. We have to make preparations to fight the 9 heavens. Correct? Slaughter our way back and seize everything that should belong to us. Blood purge the nest of demons. This is fated to be an era of great heroes. Those stunning and dazzling experts are going to rise up, distinguish themselves from millions and millions of creatures, slaughtering out their reputations. This realm could not calm down, already clamoring with noise. In the grasslands, Xiao was shocked. The slaughter he had anticipated didn't arrive. It was just a divine will, just a will that crossed realms, not targeting him alone. Soon after, he laughed self-mockingly. Perhaps in the eyes of the undying beings, he was nothing more than a weak insect. There was no need for them to find and kill him. It was because his weight was too light, not fit for an undying being's attention and slaughter at all. Despite this being the case, he still left quickly, continuing on the way, following the path that he had previously traveled to return to his own world. Several days later, Xiao found that mountain range. Coming back again, he found that spatial node. I hope this spatial node can still be used. However, if he could still use it, wouldn't this be a secret passage? Regardless of which side of the two worlds discovered it, there would definitely be terrifying consequences. Xiao took action, about to blast through the void and follow the spatial node back. However, he was left disappointed. He couldn't move it at all, unable to blast through it. Could it be that I have to stay in this world, unable to return? Xiao panicked. He didn't wish to stay here, wishing to return. Right when Xiao's expression became unpleasant, ripples moved through the void. Rays of light flew out. It split apart, revealing a passage. He didn't even take the time to think again, immediately rushing in. He saw that a cauldron was waiting for him to return, and then he broke free from this place. He returned. This was a dusky place. A cauldron with source energy all around it brought Xianxia away from that strange and powerful world. This wasn't Emperor City yet, just the space the mysterious cauldron had previously stopped in. Senior, that spatial node. Xianxia turned around, looking towards that hazily lit passage. It no longer exists, the cauldron said. The void behind it disappeared, becoming a hazy expanse. It was as if karma was severed, as if natural laws were destroyed. Those types of methods were too terrifying. It forcibly erased all traces, not leaving any traces. It was to the extent where during this process, Xianxia noticed that his own brain became vacant, the experiences he had not too long ago becoming blurry, about to disappear as well. This left him horrified. He broke out in cold sweat. What kind of methods were these? That cauldron didn't take action against him, only doing something to that spatial node behind him, yet it made him like this as well. This type of method was truly world-shattering. Severing karma, erasing the Tao diagram. This was forcibly erasing imprints of things that ought to have happened. I've even begun to question my life. Xianxia became silent for a long time, releasing a light sigh. He began to wonder if life could be revised. Did someone do something like this during some unknown time, wiping out the imprints within the hearts of those of the present world? If that was the case, then were the people of this world living in ignorance, living in a world altered by another? He felt a great headache, feeling as if things were incredibly complicated. This wasn't a baseless speculation, because he had now entered that world and saw Undying Mountain. He thought about too many things. Every creature in that world thought of the people here as devils who invaded their home, not believing the theory of immortal ancient great era being buried. Was there anything more frightening than this? This was an entire world that was like this. Were their minds' imprints chopped up into a mess? This type of life was too terrifying. That type of expert was too pitiful to even be able to do this type of thing. Goodbye. That cauldron trembled. The void was blasted apart, and then Xianxia was sent out from this space, returning to the true outer world. The word goodbye was its final parting word. Xianxia had a feeling that it might be an extremely long time before they met again. It might be as long as 1,000 years, 10,000, or maybe almost endless time later. Goodbye, Xianxia said softly, saying this word. He returned, somewhat distracted, feeling as if everything he experienced just now was a bit unreal, leaving him a bit stunned. After saying this, he didn't feel that carefree. His mind was heavy, feeling a greater pressure the more he understood. He knew that a great age had arrived, changes about to take place. No one could stop it. Those undying beings, just how strong were they? How many of them were there? How would they resist? They had previously buried all of Immortal Ancient. Now who could match them? I hope these undying beings are only those past individuals' descendants, that generations have replaced generations. Xianxia said. Otherwise, if it was still the enemies of the last great era, just the thought alone would make one's breathing stop. After all this time had passed, their cultivation definitely increased. Just what kind of even more terrifying height did they reach? On the dusky great earth, white bones piled atop each other. This place deathly silent. Xianxia returned. He should still be within a certain area of Emperor City. Only several months had passed. The three great experts should have long left, bringing those geniuses with them to immeasurable heaven, heading towards the heavenly deity institution. Xianxia felt a bit regretful. He most likely missed out on this chance. After mysteriously disappearing for a few months, who would wait for him? This place was deathly still without light, only the withered bones of those who died here. Xianxia continued on his way. He had to think of a way to get out, or else he would likely be trapped to death here. Suddenly, a powerful divine will swept out like a sharp sword, simply about to tear apart one's body. It made Xianxia's expression turn pale, his body flying outwards with a hong sound. He suffered a tremendous force, as if a giant mountain smashed into his body. His flesh's intense pain was still tolerable, the shock to his soul what was most difficult to endure. That person was ruthless, almost breaking his primordial spirit and inflicting serious injuries upon him. How already cultivated to the holy sacrifice realm, his strength comparable to heavenly deities, can now also be considered a powerful individual, yet before an individual at this level he was still far inferior. The more he understood, the more he felt as if his cultivation was far from enough. In reality, now that he reached his cultivation realm, it could only be considered starting his journey. It was because the future enemies were too powerful. A figure flew over, the spacious gray clothes covering him fluttering about. He looked extremely young, or at the very least this was true for his appearance. His face was pale, as if he hadn't gone out into the sun for a long time. His eyes were deep like a night sky. How knew that this person looked young, but he had lived for an endless amount of time, a powerful older generation figure. It was because he was confident that no one his age could send him flying with only a divine will, almost inflicting serious injuries on him. Where did you go these past few months? This person spoke, not asking his name or his origins, acting directly like this. It was clear that he understood Hao's identity. I entered a dark space, Hao said. Nonsense, this is Emperor City. Even though it isn't the heart of the city, just a desolate land outside the city. Despite this being the case, you don't have the strength to open up space. The one who came said with an ice-cold voice, not all that kind. Then where does Senior feel like I was? Hao asked. He felt a slight wave of anger. He had just emerged, yet he was being criticized by another, just now almost being seriously injured. As a result, this person became silent. It was clear that Hao entered a different space, or else how could he have disappeared for several months? The three great experts had previously searched around, but they discovered that he seemed to have disappeared into thin air, unable to find him no matter what they did. Why have you only appeared just now? This gray-robed young man asked, eyes cold like two frozen pools. How understood that this was Emperor City in the end, one of the world's most important places. It defended the desolate border, so it wouldn't tolerate anyone going missing. He calmly replied, I couldn't break free, only when that space mysteriously opened up could I come out. Is that so? I don't believe you too much. Let me search you, primordial spirit. This person said. Hao's expression immediately changed. How could normal people do this type of thing? For a cultivator, unless it was a mortal enemy, they definitely wouldn't say they would search the primordial spirit. It was because not only was this wronging him, it was also a humiliation. Senior, you and me aren't enemies. So doing this is equivalent to humiliating me, Hao said. Humiliate? The gray-robed individual laughed, carrying a bit of disdain. His young and pale face carried cold intent. It was clear that he didn't attach much importance to Hao's words, because the strength gap between the two was too great, not on the same order of magnitude. What do you have that is worth me humiliating? His face carried indifference as he added this, looking at Hao. Hao didn't say anything. Now that they reached this point, what could be said? This person clearly lacked good intentions. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. There was actually this type of person waiting for him. One had to bear in mind that those who could appear here were definitely not ordinary experts, yet there were some that were against him. Needless to say, the situation now looked grim. In reality, Hao already set his resolution that he might directly die here. However, he was still unwilling. Are you viewing me as an enemy? Looking at me with that type of gaze? This gray-robed individual said coldly. His young face now covered in even more frost, staring at Hao's eyes. The great chaos is about to arise. You and I are both people of this heaven and earth, not life and death enemies. Your actions here, however, bring me disgrace. I will not compromise, Hao said. Having his primordial spirit imprints searched like this would mean that he wouldn't have any secrets to speak of, let alone any dignity left. Where did a trifling holy sacrifice realm cultivator get so much nonsense to say? Even if a true heavenly deity appeared before me, they would still have to listen obediently. So what if I search your little primordial spirit? After speaking, the gray-robed individual spoke, directly reaching out a finger to take action, pointing towards the space between Hao's brows. At this moment, Xiao's muscles and bones about to split apart, his divine senses on the verge of collapse, unable to resist. All he could do was to do everything he could to resist, even if he had to die horribly as a result. It was because this was going too far, impossible to reason with. If a true enemy treated him like this, he would have nothing to say. However, this was clearly someone on the same side. Of course, he already viewed this expert as an enemy. Even if he had some important use in the great chaos that was to come, even if this person was one of Emperor City's guardians, he still wouldn't acknowledge it. In his eyes, in his heart, from this moment on, this person was an enemy, nothing else. Xiao endured the great pain, doing everything he could to resist. The battle armor related to the Lightning Emperor appeared, and the 10,000 spirit diagram was held in his hand, resisting the boundless pressure, not wishing to have his soul searched. In addition, Xiao's other hand produced the defying dragon scale. Even though it was difficult, he still hacked outwards towards this person. Unexpectedly, this time, it wasn't the 10,000 spirit diagram or the defying dragon scale that revived, but rather the armor related to the Lightning Emperor. It releasing Kungxiang sounds, divine light shooting out endlessly. At this moment, the armor shook, as if fish scales were moving about, releasing dazzling light and zhang sounds. It was originally covered in rush, but now it was sparkling and brilliant, changing from dim to resplendent, undergoing astonishing changes. Of course, the armor was tattered, the surface full of holes. This was impossible to cover up. Lightning Emperor's armor. This gray-robed individual's expression changed. That finger was about to reach Xiao's forehead, but it came to a rigid stop. This armor shone like jade, like a raging flame. It became more and more extraordinary, erupting with shocking light and energy under the great pressure. I loathe being restricted by others, but these battle clothes are indeed unordinary, possessing endless glory and legends. However, using it to deal with me is a mistake. I won't pull back. The gray-robed individual's expression became cold. Even though he was surprised and shocked, a wave of anger appeared on his face that lacked color, insisting on taking action against Xiao, searching his divine consciousness. The palm and fingers landed, releasing a tremendous pressure, simply about to shatter the sun and moon, mountains and rivers. This armor surged with auspicious multicolored light, stopping that finger. Xiao's eyes were as sharp as blades, the anger within him heaven overflowing. The other person truly was absolutely unrestrained, behaving unscrupulously. He was clearly the victim who was on the defensive, yet incurred the anger of the other party, as if Xiao should resign himself to insults and maltreatment from birth. Just the slightest resistance a great sin. The battle clothes released ka-ka sounds, because the so-called armor metal pieces were trembling, releasing resplendent divine multicolored light, stopping that hand. However, it was still a damaged armor in the end, many holes on its surface. These were fatal flaws. The gray-robed individual's finger moved down, entering through a hole, about to acquire Xiao's memories, incredibly ruthless. However, an unexpected event happened again. It was precisely because of the hole's existence on the armor that made this armor unordinary. Mysterious fluctuations appeared on the hole, forming terrifying vortices that attacked fiercely. Moreover, at this moment, the armor's color changed, gradually shifting from being brilliant to dark black, deep and terrifying, shockingly cold. There was an extraordinary aura that was released as well. Even though that finger descended, it never broke through the space between Xiao's brows, stopped by the black armor, obstructed by a powerful aura. Intense fluctuations rippled outwards, sweeping in all directions from this place. It was as if stars smashed into the sea, waves surging angrily, reaching into the 9 heavens above and the 10th earth below. Lightning Emperor's battle clothes turned black once, forced to this extent. In the distance, someone spoke, voice clearly carrying anger, even more a type of helplessness, as well as a type of killing intent. Someone arrived, a fist smashing outwards, speed just too fast. No figure could be seen, as if time was dominated, suddenly slaughtering from the past until now. appearing here. Pong! Finally, the gray-robed individual who took action against Shi Hao felt some hesitation. He pulled back to resist the fist that suddenly arrived. Sparks flew between the two, symbols rushing into the heavens. If not for the Lightning Emperor's battle armor, he would have definitely been blasted apart by the shockwaves, turned into powder. Despite this being the case, he could feel the raging battle clothes, as well as the destructive battle shockwaves. It really was too terrifying. Dong! Two fists clashed. It was as if a sun exploded, light immediately covering this dusky world, making it even brighter than daylight. On the ground, all types of dried bones flew into the air before exploding, turning into snow-white powder, flying about like sand, fluttering like snow. At the same time, formation patterns appeared on the ground streak after streak, restricting the great earth, suppressing the void, making everything close up, preventing it from collapsing. The one who came swung his sleeve, helping Shi Hao neutralize the dangerous situation, fearing that he would be blasted apart by the battle's waves. He has the revived Lightning Emperor battle armor. You don't have to worry about anything for now, he won't die. The gray-robed male said, the expression on his face extremely complicated. You still have the face to say Lightning Emperor battle armor, did you not see? It is pitch black like ink. Before, in Emperor City, it was about to fall into darkness. The one who came berated. In this Emperor City, the Lightning Emperor battle armor seemed to have been stimulated, its aura surging, divine might raging, protecting Shi Hao, but at the same time released a type of dark aura that wanted to corrode him. In the end, he couldn't help but release a great roar, starting to take action, attacking that gray-robed individual. It was because he felt resentment inside, but also because these battle clothes were shaking, as if there was a will that wanted to merge with him, become one with him. They both carried resentment, now attacking murderously. You still dare take action against me? That gray-robed individual's eyes became cold, raising his hand and slapping out. Do you wish to make the Lightning Emperor battle armor forever fall into darkness? The other person stopped him, loudly berating. Do you see this? Just a small cultivator without the qualification to enter Emperor City. Yet he dares take action against me. How can he be let off without punishment? The gray-robed male spoke. Even though his fist was stopped, his body shone, forming bone texts that rushed at Shi Hao. Pong! When these ripples collided, the energy fluctuated like a wave, moreover releasing intense rumbling sound. Shi Hao fought until his body was covered in blood. The Lightning Emperor battle armor was now pitch black like ink, almost corroding his eyes until they became two black holes, becoming incomparably terrifying. However, even after this type of powerful attack, Shi Hao didn't die, stopping the other party's bone texts. Stop! The other person shouted, frantically attacking the gray-robed male, saying, back then, it was precisely because tremendous injustice happened in Emperor City that led to the damaged Lightning Emperor battle armors while being wronged, carrying out a resistance and almost falling into darkness. Now, if it is just because you obstinately cling to your way, ultimately forcing the precious armor to turn into darkness divine armor, bringing this genius with it and leaving, will you be able to shoulder the responsibility in the future? Dong! While shouting angrily, this person and the gray-robed male clashed again, the exchange incredibly intense. Even though Shi Hao was corroded by darkness, he wasn't hurting too much. He could hear and see everything clearly. Great waves stirred within him. There was a similar unfair situation before? It must be much more serious than right now, forcibly wronging a few people, triggering Lightning Emperor's battle armor to turn black and leave. Just a small cultivator after he's captured. We can refine this armor together later and solve all the problems. The gray-robed male said. Jada, stop obstinately clinging to your way. If a problem arises, you won't be able to take responsibility, the other person shouted. Right now, Shi Hao instead became like an outsider. He didn't say anything, standing not too far out and watching them fight. Why wouldn't I be able to bear the burden? Isn't it just a holy sacrifice realm cultivator? What does he count as? I wouldn't acknowledge him even if he was a great emperor, the gray-robed male Jada said. Jada, There is something wrong with your Tao heart. Actually letting a few outside matters and miscellaneous matters cause you to forget yourself. You are showing signs of falling into depravity. The other person shouted. The gray-robed male Jia laughed coldly when he heard this, his movements becoming even faster. Jia, you came from immeasurable heaven. Just because you saw those few younger generations suppressed by this young man, you felt unsatisfied now dealing with him. That person continued to shout. What are you randomly spouting? I was just doing my duty. After all, he disappeared for several months. So I have no choice but to search him, the gray-robed male said coldly. Hong! A great vibration spread. They continuously clashed, bone texts interweaving, divine light surging. This place became incomparably brilliant, not dimming the entire time. For you two to attack like this, do you have no sense of shame? Fighting those on our own side before even the enemy comes. Right at this time, someone released a short shout from the distance. It was clear that the status of the one who shouted was extremely high, unordinary, in the end making the gray-robed male feel some restraining fear. Their battle slowed and then stopped. Return to the city. That person released an ice-cold shout, the voice a bit aged, but still incredibly dignified. Jia didn't say anything, then gave Xianxia a look before turning around towards the central city of Emperor City, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Go! The other person patted Xianxia's shoulder, bringing him along. This place was extremely vast. Who knew how many tens of thousands of li? If it was an ordinary expert that was here, it would simply be like traveling through the cosmos, difficult to reach its limits. In reality, this wasn't much different from crossing the cosmos. Along the way, he saw star remains one after another, broken up in pieces, appearing on the ground. They arrived, approaching the enormous city. This was the central city, as well as Emperor City's true core area. This city was extremely large, similar to the outer city, all made of packed stars. There was a sun and moon in the sky as well, with many great stars swirling about, floating outside the city. Vast and boundless. The number one city in this world. At the very least, it was the largest city Xianxia had seen thus far. Towered into the heavens. However, he wasn't currently in the mood to appreciate this type of magnificence. After being focused on by that Jia, there was a flame burning within him, a type of anger, even more a type of dejectedness. The other party was purely oppressing others through strength, humiliating him for no reason. The lightning emperor armor he wore was still shining, but it was all black light, entirely like ink. Even Xianxia's heart seemed to have been infected, feeling an icy coldness. This time, entering the city still exhausted quite some effort. It was simply impossible to enter alone. Jia and the one at Xianxia's side both activated a piece of bone at the same time, and someone in the city activated a piece as well. They merged together, forming a formation stage that accepted them inside. The enormous city was vast. A great desolate aura spread outwards. Only now did Xianxia realize that he had entered the most important place in Emperor City. This wasn't the outer city, but rather a place only those who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. The people inside actually let him in. In reality, the outside world always wondered how many experts were left inside the city, if those ancient existences were still alive. It was because none of them understood why this place was deadly still, the outside world unable to sense anything. Yet today, Xianxia actually had the fortune of stepping inside, entering like this. The city truly was too large. Even though he entered, Xianxia still felt like an ant that entered the palace of a celestial emperor, unable to see the full magnificence of the city. Only when he opened his heavenly eyes could he pry into a corner of this place. In the void, stellar streams stretched across the sky one after another, all of them flowing into the city. There were emperor stars moving about as well, scattering down terrifying multicolored light. Despite this being the case, it was still difficult for it to illuminate the entire city. Many areas covered in darkness with large areas of shadows. This place was still quiet. Xianxia searched about in the duskiness, hoping to see the experts in Emperor City, what exactly they were like. What about the archaic 6 great celestials last one? He should have came here. Where was he now? What about Yi Qingxian? Where was she? This woman left Shi Hao with too great of an impression. Only, this place was exceptionally quiet, as if it was a ghost town, not a trace of life to be felt. Shi Hao followed them forward, feeling greatly shocked. There were great stars on the ground. These weren't previously refined, but rather stars that truly stretched several thousand li, tens of thousands of li. They were hacked down from outer space, smashing open deep craters on the ground one after another. However, neither side was destroyed because there were formation patterns here. The great stars didn't shatter, the ground didn't collapse. Shi Hao was stunned. As he walked across the great earth with great stars covering the surface like this, he felt a type of bleakness, as well as a type of primitiveness, and a formless majestic aura. Soon after, Shi Hao saw a few buildings. They all floated in the air, accompanied by fragmented stars and destroyed stellar rivers. Those buildings were extremely large, clearly things of endless time ago, and no one lived in them. How many people were left in the city? This was Shi Hao's question. He finally entered, arriving at the most important place. However, he didn't see the unmatched experts he had imagined. There was only one or two people at his side, one of them someone who had even previously acted against him. Where were the others? They came. Suddenly someone spoke from the side. In this dusky region, on top of an enormous rock sat an elder. When one looked into the distance, there were others, some seated on great stars, some sitting on limestones, every single one of them as if they had faded away, not releasing a bit of sound. These people's clothing and personal adornment were ancient, the races different. They didn't speak to each other, the distance between themselves quite far, each occupying their own area. There were thick layers of dust on a few of their bodies, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it has been since they moved. They had become one with the floor and rocks. There was even a giant that was covered in dust. On its head was a vicious bird nest, becoming a vicious bird's resting place. While watching these scenes, Shi Hao felt as if he had opened up an ancient painting, revealing the traces of time contained within. There was as great historical aura that rushed outwards. Lightning Emperor armor, it has returned once again, but now closer to darkness. The elder he first saw opened his eyes, speaking like this. His voice was extremely strange, a type of ancient language. In reality, Shi Hao couldn't understand it, but his divine will was also transmitting sound, which was why he could understand the meaning. This was not a cultivator from the 3000 Dao provinces, but from a different place. At this moment, Shi Hao understood that this emperor city was too important. The other ancient lands in the 9 heavens 10 earths all send over people to guard this place. Jada, your cultivation has issues. At your cultivation realm, one shouldn't allow external matters to move your heart. Be careful not to fall into depravity. The elder spoke, his white hair falling over his shoulders, age looking quite great. His upper body was bare, physique quite sturdy. At his side was a wolf-tooth club. How could I possibly fall into depravity? I am currently in my golden age. Just now, I merely wished to search this child's primordial spirit and see what was going on. Jada replied, Youngster, where did you go exactly? The elder spoke, asking Shi Hao. Shi Hao didn't wish to speak, because he would be involving that cauldron. However, he didn't wish to hide the matters of the other world either. He said with a frown, I indeed unexpectedly entered another place, and there saw many stone engravings, recorded on it a mysterious world, that there is an undying mountain there. He slowly spoke, speaking about what he saw, but claimed to have seen it all from stone engravings, telling these people, why didn't you talk about this before? Jada shouted, his face falling, gaze becoming colder. You were against me. Was there a need to tell you? Shi Hao said. You definitely didn't talk about everything. There are definitely things you are hiding. Just wait. I'm going to find out exactly what you experienced. The gray-robed Jada said, wishing to rush forward again. He reached out his palm and fingers, releasing a terrifying aura. In front of so many people's faces, before a few unmatched experts' eyes, you still act like this, humiliating me? Shi Hao shouted. Just a trifling holy sacrifice cultivator like you even dares speak about being humiliated? Searching your sea of consciousness and learning about everything is for the sake of the Great War's preparations. Otherwise, someone like you don't even have the qualifications to have me take action. Jada berated. Xianxia was furious. This was forcefully oppressing others, the other party stronger than him. Even his words were so domineering, not hiding the hostility. Jada, you've crossed the line. Are you trying to make the Lightning Emperor's battle armor completely fall into darkness? Are you going to make this genius turn to the enemy's side? The elder spoke. Lightning Emperor battle clothes, it'll be fine if we just refine it together. A trifling holy sacrifice realm cultivator isn't deserving of my respect. So what if I bind him up and search his sea of consciousness? Jada spoke. At this moment, on a few giant rocks, great stars that rested on the ground in disarray, a few cultivators opened their eyes. They were like prehistoric barbaric dragons, making one's heart tremble. Unbridled. You've fallen into depravity after all. That elder stood up. Right at this moment, he took action, unexpectedly brandishing his palm. Slapping towards Jada. Jada's expression changed. He was extremely powerful. Being able to enter Emperor City meant that he was the most powerful individual of an area. He quickly evaded, shifting his position. However, with a pa sound, he was still struck, not escaping this strike. The elder's palm slapped down on his face. The sound loud and crisp, extremely powerful. Not even someone as powerful as Jada able to escape. His entire body flew outwards while drawing large amounts of blood. No one expected this elder to be so straightforward, directly covering the other party's mouth, sending an extremely powerful individual flying, strength heavy. Xianxia's mind jumped. What kind of power was this to send a powerful individual flying like this? However, his emotions were exceptionally free from worry, possessing a resentful type of feeling. Jada was furious. He stabilized his figure in the void, glaring angrily. Someone as powerful as him, how many years had it been since he experienced something like this? Actually being slapped by a palm like this could already be considered a type of humiliation. Just a trifling cultivator. Is it worth you taking action like this? He was furious, roaring here, making more individuals open their eyes. Even you can feel anger, right? Just now, when you bullied and oppressed a small cultivator, this was also what he felt. The elder said, "How could he compare to me?" Jada roared angrily. "Then how can you compare to me?" The elder raised his hand, sending another strike down on his face with a pa sound, sending him flying out, smashing into a star with a hong sound. Your comprehension has turned evil recently. A great problem arising in your mental state. Are you still not going to wake up? Otherwise, there is a danger of falling. The elder shouted. Nonsense, this isn't a matter with the mind. I am unharmed. Exploring a small cultivator's primordial spirit, I was definitely not wrong. He roared angrily in unwillingness. You have to understand that his future accomplishments won't be any lower than yours, while your actions might very well be directed at an undying bloodline. After speaking this time, the elder didn't brandish his palm, but rather directly raised the wolf tooth club. Even though Jada took action, frantically trying to resist, it was completely useless, unable to stop the elder's weapon. The wolf teeth club smashed down, scattering his precious techniques, erasing the bone texts. It was as if a prehistoric immortal mountain smashed down, suppressing enemies in all directions. Pong! The wolf fong great club smashed down on Jada's body, making him release a miserable cry. Half of his body was smashed apart, immediately flying out an endless distance before landing on the ground, blood everywhere. A powerful expert like this couldn't even take a single hit from this elder, almost killed by a single strike. Xianxia was stupefied. This series of events happened extremely suddenly, too fast, leaving even him shocked. One had to bear in mind that this Jada was an extremely powerful expert. He defended this place identity unordinary. If he returned to the outside world, he would definitely be able to look down on the great figures under the sky. Yet here he was unexpectedly suppressed, difficult for him to resist. You should go into seclusion and carefully think things through. The elder spoke. He pointed outwards, surrounding Jada in a sphere of light, sending him into the distant darkness. Shurhao bowed, expressing his gratitude. The elder sighed, calling a few people over to help Shurhao cleanse the armor, carrying a refinement. It was clear that this armor had a history, because many people carried great emotions when they saw it. All of them felt regret and dejectedness. There was an unmatched genius who left while wearing this armor. He never came back, likely forever falling into darkness. The elder sighed. All right, you'll be sent to immeasurable heaven. I wish for your success, that when you come to Emperor City in the future, you'll be able to suppress all enemies. Jada was sent out just like that, imprisoned. Even the most exceptional experts of the outside world were restricted here. Emperor City was massive, stellar remains everywhere. Shurhao was brought before an altar made of 5 types of divine stone. It was extremely massive, as if a great mountain towered here. They arrived inside Emperor City just like that, without any delays, yet he was going to be sent out again. Shurhao felt a bit lightheaded, everything feeling a bit unreal. One had to bear in mind that in the past, only those who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. The fact that he could enter today really was quite fortunate. He really didn't want to immediately leave like this, wishing to explore this mysterious city that had shocked past and present a bit. Only he couldn't really act independently, unable to stay here for too long. Where was Xianxia? Shurhao really wished to meet her. This exceptional beauty had previously saved him, and people had claimed that she came from the Forbidden Region depths before. When he thought about how she mentioned the archaic contract of alliance, bringing the old Celestial and War Clan's ancient ancestor, one could well imagine that she definitely had a close relationship with this place. Shurhao spoke up, asking the person at his side, even more so asking the elder who held the Wolf Teeth Club for guidance, wishing to meet with Xianxia. However, he was refused, to the extent where he didn't even get an explanation. Those individuals' attitudes were extremely firm and clear. Shurhao was shocked. This Xianxia seemed to be quite unordinary, not even willing to give out information on the experts in the city. What exactly was the reason? When he thought back to that exceptional snow-white clothed woman whose smile could topple cities, Shurhao released a light sigh. He came to where she was, yet couldn't even meet. In the end, he was going to leave, only able to shake his head because of this. Shurhao stood outside the altar. This 5-colored transport formation truly vast, possessing a feeling of boundless years, eternal time. It was as if it could travel through endless eras, continuously undergo reincarnation in this universe. He carefully looked at it. This altar was quite similar to the broken altar he had seen the first time at the bottom of Immortal Ancient Remains Black Abyss, even the materials the same. Only one was half destroyed while the other was still intact. It was clear that this was something left behind from the last great era. When he thought of this, Shurhao's eyes became brilliant, looking at it even more carefully. Even this Emperor City was a massive structure from the last great era. What an ancient city! What a mysterious place! Shurhao said with a sigh. Outside of this city was a passage that faced a world of utmost terror. Desolate border. Shurhao spat out these 2 words. However, he then felt as if something wasn't quite right. The scenes he saw on the black ancient ship's altar clearly had another city that the 7 great kings defended, fighting continuously against endless creatures. This wasn't that place, so where was the desolate border? The battlefield he saw was much more intense than this place. That place was lifeless like this place, dusky all year round, 90% of the land dark and hazy. Senior, who exactly are those people? Before leaving, Shurhao asked the Wolf Fang Club elder, focusing on the world he was talking about. What kind of place was that? What kind of relationship did it have with Shurhao? He had a feeling that this elder knew. Unfortunately, this elder didn't give him a reply. The altar activated, starting the transport. A light flashed, and the Shurhao felt as if he stepped onto a tunnel of time, as if 100 eras underwent reincarnation, and then rushed towards the eternal limit. This was an ultra-transport formation, incredibly valiant, able to send one to the limits of the universe, cross ancient lands. The 3,000 provinces were left far behind him. He left the higher realms. This was an enormous magical formation, the power tremendous, sending Xianxia out, a passage that tore through the 9 heavens 10 earths. For normal people, this was an unimaginable thing. Xianxia moved through auspicious light, advancing through chaotic mists. He crossed unimaginable space, freeing himself from the 3,000 provinces, truly leaving this place. Emperor City is so large I only saw a corner, only a few experts. Really wonder what other types of figures are hidden there, as well as the other unique parts of it. Xianxia knew that he only saw a corner of that place, not understanding much about that place at all. Before he could think too much, the fragments of time moved about, stars flew one after another, flickering along the way. He moved through realms, even time and space becoming unstable. Finally, a tremendous sound rang out. White mists surged, multicolored brilliance surging. Xianxia rushed out. He looked around with flickering eyes. He was currently standing on a Dao platform, this enormous platform polished from beast bone, its appearance ancient, but spotlessly white like jade. I arrived in immeasurable heaven? Xianxia sighed with admiration. He crossed realms, the distance unimaginable, yet he arrived in an instant. If there really was a road that stretched across this distance, not even extremely powerful cultivators could cross it even if they flew 100 eras. That distance was simply an eternity. He traveled from the 10 earths 3,000 Dao provinces to the 9 heavens immeasurable heaven. This was truly an extreme journey. I've arrived a few months late. Unknown if I can still enter the heavenly deity institution, Xianxia said. He walked out from this bone Dao platform. Spiritual essence immediately surged like waves, quickly rushing forth. Much richer than the 3,000 provinces. This was the first observation Xianxia made. Generally speaking, the density of spiritual essence signified how suitable a place was for cultivation. Many terrifying experts would appear from these types of places. This was definitely a powerful world. The Dao Earth's prosperity and decline affected whether the cultivation world would flourish or undergo recession. So vast. Xianxia frowned. Even though the spiritual essence here was rich, white mist surging, it was too quiet and still, no mountains, valleys, or plants to be seen. Everything was covered in white mist, stretching all the way into the distance. Since I was transported by them to immeasurable heaven, there should be some place to stop over for a bit. Could it be that they transported me directly to the heavenly deity institution's entrance? Xianxia speculated. It was because on the way, he had previously asked how to enter the heavenly deity institution to cultivate after traveling through the transport formation. And soon after, Xianxia sensed that something was off. The other side was extremely calm, as if it was created by piece after piece of enormous divine stone. He opened his heavenly eyes, symbols condensing within his pupils, producing 2 streaks of light that scanned over the surrounding scenery. Soon after, Xianxia became stupefied. This was inside a palace. The spotlessly white enormous formation platform was precisely inside a palace hall. Only this palace was just too large, occupying over 10,000 li, suspending in the void just like that. This was an enormous palace. Xianxia was left speechless. He thought that he was on a boundless great earth. Who would have expected that he was only inside of a building? Xianxia carefully thought to himself, flying inside, raising hazy white mist on the surface. It was as if he was crossing an immortal realm. Soon after, he arrived at the exit. There was a pair of enormous bronze doors that was slightly open, not tightly shut. Xianxia stood there, about to push it open. It had to be mentioned that this door was just too large, just the height alone reaching over 1,000 li, a bit excessive, not like a copper door at all, but instead a precipice. Xianxia pushed it. Rumbling sounds rang out, and then the large bronze door opened. He quickly moved through it, but he was stopped soon after by a wave of powerful energy, his path obstructed. Outside the enormous bronze doors, white mists curled about. There was even primal chaos that spread throughout this place. There was bluestone as well as praying mats. An elder opened his eyes at this moment. In that instant, it was as if 2 streaks of lightning shot through the sky, tearing apart the clouds and mists. That elder sat on a praying mat, hair about to completely fall off, but his long eyebrows were snow-white, half a foot long, appearance dignified, making one feel reverence. This was definitely a powerful individual, moreover an unimaginable exceptional expert. That gaze was too penetrating, as if they could peer through one's soul, making their divine spirit tremble. Sure Hao's scalp felt numb. From Emperor City to immeasurable heavens building, he met powerful individuals one after another, not a single one he could contend against. He sighed. He had to rise up as soon as possible, quickly strengthen himself. Otherwise, this world was too dangerous. Greetings to Senior. Sure Hao took the initiative to greet the other party. A bit interesting, 3 strands of immortal energy, aptitude heaven-defying. Only, I wonder if the night-blooming cactus will only show itself once, just like those individuals of the past, or if you can truly continue down this path. The elder spoke. Sure Hao was shocked. He had to strengthen himself. This person was too formidable, even able to clearly sense his body's condition. Since you were sent here, I don't care about how illustrious your status was, nor will I ask about what you have done before, only giving you some corresponding tempering. The white-eyebrowed elder said. Senior, doing this, what are your intentions? Sure Hao felt as if something wasn't quite right. The tempering the elder spoke of gave him a bone-chilling feeling. All those who were sent here are cultivators who have done wrongs, those who must receive a set amount of punishment. The white-eyebrowed elder said. Emperor City's transport formation was incomparably massive. After selecting a destination, it would send someone to the designated location after being activated. It was clear that a few people in Emperor City had discussed amongst themselves, deciding to send him here. I've done something wrong? Sure Hao asked himself, feeling quite unsatisfied. It was clearly Jiada who troubled him, so he didn't wish to become a scapegoat. It should be, or else why were you transported here? The white-eyebrowed elder said. Sure Hao's expression fell. He was duped. It was clearly Jiada who provoked him, wishing to search his sea of consciousness, so why did he end up getting punished too? There isn't a need to be too worried, however. All those who are sent into this ancient palace will only receive some slight punishment. It isn't some great crime wicked beyond redemption. Sure Hao released a breath. The worst situation hadn't happened, at the very least no one else followed him. The elder waved his hand, and then Sure Hao was directly sent out from the enormous building, ending up in the distance. What kind of punishment is this? Sure Hao was a bit stunned. A spacious azure lake stretched out below him. Leave this part of heaven and earth alone, and the punishment will be considered complete. The elder's voice sounded. It was clear that this was a strange space. However, this place was like a world, hard to predict what was inside. Sure Hao continuously flew, rushing towards the ends of the great earth. He encountered some similar people, every single one of them sickly and dispirited, not wishing to move, clearly injured. He jumped in fright. He learned that these were all geniuses. Those who weren't outstanding individuals weren't even sent into this place of exile. Some of their clothing was ragged and tattered. After asking them, he learned that they had already entered for over 100 years, but still weren't able to rush out and break free from this place. The ones that remained here the shortest had even been here for several years. Motherfucker! Sure Hao couldn't help but swear. He didn't think he committed any wrongs, yet he was still beaten up like this, sent here. Where did he have the time to waste? Several years, 100 years. None of them could be tolerated. He had to immediately leave this place. These people were all felt dissatisfied, quite a few of them swearing, to the extent where they were even raining curses. It was just because of a small mistake in the past, they now got locked up for so many years. This tempering sounds nice and all, saying able to comprehend the Tao here or whatever. But does he not know that time is more precious than anything? Who is willing to waste time here? These people were discontent, feeling great resentment. Is there no shortcut? Sure Hao asked. He indeed didn't wish to waste much time here, needing to break out as soon as possible. The people here were all extremely angry, so they naturally spoke about their experiences. In their perspective, this was a strange territory whose end couldn't be reached, no exit to be found. Perhaps only the ascension stage imitation at the center of this place is worth a try. It is rumored that if one comprehends the Tao there is a chance of leaving. Someone said after a long time. It was because from what they heard, someone seemed to have disappeared from that place in the past, successfully leaving. Did you all not try? Xianxia asked. That blasted place has nothing, only a broken stone platform. What is there to even comprehend? Apart from rock, there is only more rock. Don't tell me they want us to comprehend some wordless heavenly book. Those people were extremely angry. Most of them had previously went there, but they returned without any return, unable to break free from this imprisonment at all. The so-called ascension stage was an ancient platform only talents who were going to become immortals could ascend. As for the stone platform imitation here, heaven knew how it was imitated, how it was created. Regardless, this was its name. Xianxia arrived, and many people followed him, wishing to see if he had a way of breaking through. It was because in all these years, the people who came here had pretty much lost hope. They really wanted someone to stand out and truly break this equilibrium, bring them out of this place. This place was extremely barren, only having a single stone platform. It was extremely tall like a stone mountain, but one could see that it was piled up by piece after piece of enormous rocks. However, as time flowed past, the enormous rocks seemed to have merged together, forming a simple and ancient stone platform. Many people had previously sat on it, and even after exhausting themselves mentally and physically, comprehending the Tao here, they still ended up empty-handed. Xianxia frowned. He walked around the stone platform, releasing his divine consciousness, opening up his inner heart, carefully sensing what was different about this place. The result was that he ended up empty-handed. Then he released immortal energy. When it was only one strand, everything was quiet. When he released two, it was still completely without any fluctuations. When the third strand appeared, lightning immediately rumbled here, irregular scenes appearing. The others were shocked. They never expected this newly arrived individual to actually produce some type of reaction here, producing this type of activity. Xianxia understood. Sure enough, it was related to immortal energy. No wonder it was called Ascension Stage. The events developed just like this. He already realized the importance of immortal energy on the road of cultivation, because it was needed even to pass this type of barrier. One could imagine what kind of brilliance the three strands of immortal energy would display in the future, when they would be needed. Xianxia flew onto the stone platform, sitting down, comprehending here. He silently cultivated, hoping to break out of this place and truly leave. Lightning rumbled in his surroundings, electrical arcs moving around the stone platform. Apart from this, golden lotuses appeared one after another, all of them taking root in the void, releasing a clear fragrance, growing in the surroundings, appearing more and more holy and divine. Soon after, he entered a type of miraculous state, his body and mind clear. The three strands of immortal energy around him merged with the stone platform, resonating with each other. In the distance, those people sighed with amazement, finally knowing why only Xianxia could comprehend the Tao here. Truly astonishing. That is someone who has cultivated three strands of immortal energy. This ascension stage was prepared for this type of person. Sigh. They didn't feel wronged in their failure. No wonder they were trapped for so many years. Just how many people could cultivate three strands of immortal energy? Xianxia didn't pay attention to the clamoring outside, completely immersed in his cultivation. He didn't move, silently comprehending. This stone platform released light, releasing waves of scripture sounds. He couldn't hear clearly, but he could sense that this was a type of support, a mysterious type of power that tempered his three strands of immortal energy, making it more durable. It was to the extent where this type of power would allow for the three strands of immortal energy to slowly strengthen further in the future. What left Xianxia shocked was that ever since he cultivated the three strands of immortal energy, strengthening them to their limit, they rarely showed any more changes. He never expected to see them display some activity here. Roughly a month later, one strand of immortal energy around Xianxia's body unexpectedly condensed into a great Tao flower, blooming above his head. It was incomparably mysterious, deep and mysterious, full of great power. Pa! A great Tao flower petal emerged, pure white immortal mist flowing down strand after strand. The flower petal split open. Immortal mist surrounded Xianxia, making him more and more unfathomable. This fella really is formidable. In the distance, those people all widened their eyes, revealing shock. Then, the great Tao flower petal formed from the strand of immortal energy continuously burst, and then scattered apart, as if it was being tempered, the aura becoming more and more astonishing. In the end, the flower petal stabilized, suspending itself above his head, as if a great Tao fruit was formed. That stone platform grew dim, as if it suffered damage, as if it had a mysterious attribute energy sucked away. This ascension stage is a wheatstone, one used to help this young man grind out a great Tao flower petal. Really is amazing. In the holy sacrifice realm, yet already produced one great Tao flower petal. This is definitely an incomparable genius. Some of them sighed with amazement, continuously nodding, feeling admiration and jealousy. Xianxia opened his eyes. He looked at the cultivators around him, saying with a smile, "Does everyone wish to leave?" When they heard this, they all became stupefied. Then they loudly cried out. Which one of them didn't want to leave? After being trapped in this damn place for so long, they were all about to go crazy already. "Please come up to the ascension stage," Xianxia said. After he spoke these words, the crowd was first startled, and then they rushed onto the stone platform, all of them incredibly excited. "Little big bro, you really are quite capable. Hurry and bring us out of here. We've been trapped here for a few decades already. I'm about to go mad. Little big bro, please take action. Help us escape." The group of people were moved and excited, urging him here. Xianxia moved. He sat here, continuously forming imprints above him. That great Tao flower petal was also moving, releasing astonishing secret force. Then, the stone platform shone, making rumbling noises, releasing endless symbols with Xianxia's movements. Kacha! A silver passage was produced in the void, stretching out from the ascension stage to the outside world. Ah! A road of life has appeared. Hurry and go. Heavens! I finally broke free. A few people cried out loudly, tears about to flow out. After being trapped for all those years, being able to see the sun again truly filled their hearts with joy. Xianxia also walked out from the silver passage. He turned around and gave this place a final look, vaguely seeing that enormous palace and the white-eyebrowed elder by the bronze great entrance. He paid his respects in that direction, sincerely expressing his gratitude. That elder said this was a type of tempering, not considered a great punishment, and sure enough, this turned out to be the case, granting him tremendous benefits. Xianxia felt that even if he entered the heavenly deity institution late, missing out on a few things, just this harvest alone had already made everything worth it. Not becoming a heavenly deity, still in the holy sacrifice realm, yet already produced a great Tao flower, this was extremely rare. This would definitely display great uses in the future. What would it be like if I saw a true ascension stage? Xianxia looked forward to this greatly. The 9 heavens 10 earths, especially immeasurable heaven, had long-life families, true immortal descendants. These families most likely had unmatched secret treasures similar to the ascension stage. Why did Xianxia come here? It was precisely to strengthen himself through these mysterious opportunities. He was full of expectation. It is rumored that immeasurable heaven has true immortal families. I hope I can see some supreme sacred items, he said to himself. The silver passage closed. Those people followed Xianxia out. Little big bro, we are from the Chun family. If there is anything in the future, come look for me. Dao brother, I came from the Scarlet Dragon clan. If you run into any trouble in immeasurable heaven, you can come to my clan. After breaking out, these people introduced themselves, agreeing to meet again in the future. Please wait a moment. Have any of you heard about the Heavenly Deity Institution? Before separating, Xianxia asked. We have not. Someone shook his head in confusion. I think I've heard of it. It was something from a few years ago, heard that one might be built in immeasurable heaven. These people's reactions were all different. Xianxia immediately recalled that the heavenly deity institution wasn't something that had been here for a while, but something recently selected to be established here. Asking these people wouldn't help much. They've been trapped for many years already. Dao friend has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Are you going to enter that heavenly deity institution? It seems like after being trapped for many years, a lot of things happened. After returning, we'll have to take a look as well. These individuals were all geniuses, or else why would they have the qualifications to be trapped there? There were naturally those who cultivated immortal energy who indeed could set out for the heavenly deity institution. Dao friend, we will meet again at the heavenly deity institution. We will definitely go there. When the time comes, when you become the local boss, we'll bring you to see those true immortal descendants, true fairies. Haha. Correct. Get a fairy as your wife. That is but an exceptional beauty with true immortal blood flowing through her body. We know who those people are, so we can guide you there later. It'll just have to depend on if you catch any of their eyes. The group of people laughed loudly, separating here. Suddenly, someone in the distance spoke. When those eyes opened, it was as if 2 streaks of lightning shot over. It was clear that this ancient land had experts guarding it. It was because this was still a comparatively mysterious region. All places with altars connected to the 9 heavens 10 earths had extremely powerful individuals overseeing them. It was especially the case now when great chaos was about to rise. To prevent enemies from secretly coming over, they had to have powerful individuals defending them. Who are you? Xianxia looked into the distance. There was a person seated on an enormous rock. He didn't sense any good intentions from this person. Weren't you the one that was lost in Emperor City's ancient battlefield? Not appearing even after those 3 searched many days for you? You actually appeared after several months in immeasurable heaven. Not simple after all. That person said. Xianxia immediately understood. The 3 individuals he was talking about were those 3 great experts who lead those geniuses into the heavenly deity institution. Meanwhile, after this person learned of the various situations, he didn't act very friendly towards Xianxia. This person was someone from immeasurable heaven, someone who was already familiar with Xianxia's existence. Xianxia didn't say anything. This person most likely acted like this for the geniuses of immeasurable heaven who were defeated. Why aren't you saying anything? That person asked. You are my senior on the road of cultivation. I am listening respectfully to senior's great Dao voice. Xianxia said, doing his best to calm himself down. Ha ha! This person laughed loudly, but his expression quickly turned cold. You can even come to immeasurable heaven on your own, can be considered extraordinary in that regard, extremely lucky. How about this? If you head to Origin Ancient Mine and excavate a few pieces of lifestone for me, I won't make things difficult for you. Not far out, the geniuses who had broken free didn't completely leave. When those people heard this, their expressions immediately changed. What kind of place was Origin Ancient Mine? That place was called a demonic mine, evil mine, not a place that could be approached. Even though it contained great opportunities, able to prolong life, it was incomparably dangerous inside. Within it buried too many powerful beings. There were some that claimed it to be the tomb of an immortal king. Xianxia didn't say anything, looking at him coldly. This person truly carried malice towards him, about to treat him unfavorably. Why aren't you saying anything? That person acted calm and casual, already walking forward. Without a doubt, the passage of time didn't leave much imprints on his face. It was still young, looking heroic and flourishing. Only, when his eyes opened and closed, there was an ancient feeling that did not possess any trace of youthfulness. This type of great expert definitely had a great lifespan, already living for a long time, an older generation figure. What can I say? You and I have no grudges, yet you wish to directly send me to a dangerous place. Could senior's intentions be any more clear? Xianxia said rather impolitely. At this point, even if he said nice things and bowed his head, it wouldn't do much. He would only be letting others mock and show contempt for no reason. The geniuses that didn't leave yet all felt upset for Xianxia's sake. That expert bullied others too far. making a youth head towards Origin Ancient Mine. Wasn't this just sending him to his death? Forget about them. Even if the senior powerful individuals entered, they would still die without exception. Since the ancient times, only during set times and with ample preparations would one be able to enter and excavate life stones. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly result in death. Haha, your temper doesn't seem to be small. Say, would you rather I directly slap you with a palm? Or do you want to be sent into Origin Ancient Mine? This person said with a smile, only it was a bit cold. This made everyone's minds jump. This person didn't disguise his hostility at all. He wasn't even going to wait for sure how to enter the dangerous land. Just taking action right here? Senior. Doing things like this, it's a bit inexcusable, wouldn't you say? Those from the side spoke. Oh? Then what do you think I should do? You are the Chun family's youngster, right? Can be considered a genius. However, it is unsuitable for you to step in here. This person was confident in his backing. Senior, you are in charge of protecting the important land, while he didn't do any wrongs. You don't have a reason to deal with him. Another person stepped out, saying like this. Sure, how helped them break out, so these people naturally felt gratefulness, especially the geniuses who came from a few great families. Their backing's great enough to speak here. Woo, you all have a point. Everything should be done by the established standards. This person laughed, his handsome face full of indifference. He was originally chosen to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, but ended up delaying his entrance. After showing up late, he even absurdly activated a transport formation alone. How can this not be punished? There has to be a reason for this, right? Someone spoke, arguing for sure how's sake. Do you know how much heavenly materials are needed to activate that realm transporting formation? That is a heavenly amount. There aren't many of them left, yet just for a holy sacrifice realm cultivator it was activated once. This is a waste asking to be killed. You all don't know how great of a use the transport formations will be in the future. For it to be wasted once, increasing the load on the five-colored altar, it is simply a great crime. This person's voice was domineering, loudly berating. Everyone understood. He purposely exaggerated things to denounce sure how. That is why, based on the rules, I didn't come to kill him, but he needs to be punished. I censure him to head towards Origin Ancient Mine and mine materials for a set amount of time. He spoke like this, eyes carrying cold intent. Everyone's hearts immediately became cold, because they knew that sure how would undoubtedly die if he went. According to legend, Origin Ancient Mine had skeletal remains that were so ancient it was impossible to deduce how long they existed. They all died mysteriously. It was to the extent where some of them said that the skeletal remains inside were more ancient than even the most ancient era. There were sect masters who joined hands and entered, yet in the end were directly choked to death by a corpse wearing ancient Taoist robes. Not a single one of them able to escape. This triggered a huge uproar in this world. One had to understand that those were all great figures. Yet they didn't die under precious techniques or unmatched methods, directly strangled to death by an ancient corpse. This was a bit ridiculous, making all those who heard it stupefied. If a small holy sacrifice realm cultivator entered, there was simply no chance of surviving at all. You cannot do this. This isn't punishment, but harm. All those who head there have died. Even if long-life beings were to appear in this world, they would still feel restraining fear. Someone spoke, arguing strongly for what was right. Otherwise, they would be watching sure how send himself to the death. If Heavenly Deity Institution's people were to find out, they would definitely stop you. Harming a genius like this, you've gone too far, someone said loudly. It was clear that their families and clans were all unordinary with great experts overseeing them, which was why they disputed forcefully for what was right. I never expected all of you to be so stubborn. This person laughed indifferently, and then nodded, saying, When Yuan Qing do things, I never feel any restraining fear. So what if I want him to enter Origin Ancient Mine? I want to see who will stop me. When everyone heard his name, they all gasped. This was quite the vicious character. Even though he had lived for an endless amount of time, he definitely couldn't be considered an ancient figure. If one were to use the archaic to present as the axis, then this person could still be considered young and robust. Yuanqing, this was an expert with renowned reputation. When he was young, he cultivated immortal energy, and after the accumulation of many years, his strength erupted, terrifying without end. The people here opened their mouth, yet couldn't say anything. It was because this person had always acted domineeringly, definitely not someone who would change his mind because of some younger generation. He is just one person, nothing more than holy sacrifice realm, not even that important, yet used up an instance of the ancient transport formation. This has broken the rules and deserves punishment. Yuanqing brandished his sleeves, sending those geniuses flying out. Crazy winds stirred, sand and stones flew everywhere. In that instant, these people were sent several tens of thousands of li out, swept away from this place. These people were furious, but they couldn't change much. Go, let's return to our families and clans. If we can do anything to help, then we shouldn't hold back. Someone said. The meaning of this was clear. They were to go back to their own clans and discuss with their elders, doing their best to gather forces. Of course, they knew that there wasn't much hope. After all, Yuanqing wasn't an ordinary person, not many people willing to offend him. It wasn't worth tearing down all face for the sake of a foreign small cultivator. Since this Tao brother we got to know cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, natural talents exceptional, we should hurry and contact the Heavenly Deity Institution. Who knows, the situation might still be reversible, with someone who could protect him coming. Someone said. They then all went on their way. This place calmed down. Yuanqing looked at Hao, revealing a faint smile as he said, I am someone who have always acted directly. You should just pay Origin Ancient Mine a visit. He clapped his hands towards the distance. A 3-headed, 6-armed creature immediately walked over. Go, bring him away. Have him enter the ancient mine. Hao didn't say anything during this process. There was nothing to say to this person. Right now, his strength was weaker, so making any disputes would only make him appear even weaker. Hao turned around, following the 3-headed, 6-armed creature into the distance. Since I've been entrusted with this task, you'll be suppressed for 10 years. When Hao's figure disappeared, Yuanqing said deep and coldly, Pardon me, in 10 years, if we're still alive, then try to catch up then. He added like this. 10 years, for a currently rising genius, was extremely important. Being a step behind might result in a huge gap between him and his rivals. If it was in other areas, it wasn't much, but in Heavenly Deity Institution, this was absolutely vital. All of the Tao books, immortal medicines, and others there had to be strove for. This was especially the case for the immortal caves and other things. Each time they opened, the number of slots was limited. One had to understand that cultivating in those type of places would bring too much benefits. It would nourish immortal energy, forge sacred bones, reconstruct flesh and blood, allowing for continuous transformation. However, the competition was fierce. After entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, if one wanted to obtain the best cultivation environment, everything had to be fought for. They had to compete over everything. Those with higher rankings would obtain more things, thus become more powerful. Meanwhile, if one fell behind from the beginning, it would only end up worse for them later on. Heavenly Deity Institution, when those geniuses first entered, the most powerful people already obtained the qualifications to baptize themselves in the Phoenix blood pool, obtaining tremendous benefits. Meanwhile, you're already a few steps behind. Now, if you are suppressed for another 10 years, I want to see just how you will rise up, Yuanqing said unsympathetically. He knew that the Heavenly Deity Institution was only going to foster a select few seeds, not everyone treated favorably. If the distance was pulled apart from the beginning, the disparity would grow greater and greater. Heaven and earth have already changed. There are some enlightenments, some divine abilities that can't be cultivated just because you have the talent. Large amounts of immortal Tao resources are required. These words scattered with the cool breeze. Immeasurable heaven, within a divine earth, precious light rushed into the heavens, endless auspicious light releasing. From the distance, that place was full of draconic energy, immortal mists pervading the air. The scenery was incredibly shocking, clearly an immortal residence. In recent years, everyone knew that the heavenly deity institution was located in immeasurable heaven. This was a grand occasion that created great waves. One had to understand that everything concerning the heavenly deity institution had already created great commotion, people thinking about it several years ago already. Within the 9 heavens 10 earths, many great figures led the way, wishing to construct an institution, displaying within it a sea of scriptures and even more exceptional secret methods, to the extent where there were even immortal Tao secret methods and other things. This was the result of many sides' cooperation. They were going to create unmatched supreme beings. For this reason, they naturally expended great effort, including a great scripture collection, building an immortal pool of phoenix blood, and even the caves of long-life beings. Of course, there was no lack of the 9 heavens 10 earths most powerful figures here to lecture. All of this had already been prepared. Previously, only the heavenly deity institution's location undecided. And now, the institution ended up in immeasurable heaven, finally decided, so it was naturally a grand occasion that shook the heavens above and earth below. Recently, the holy earth the heavenly deity institution was located in had large amounts of experts coming back and forth, quite bustling with activity. A few of immeasurable heaven's great powers, ancient families, and others wanted to find a way to send their own clan's disciples over, wishing to take advantage of their relative closeness. Unfortunately, the heavenly deity institution was unmoved, the entrance strict. All of the disciples had already been set in stone, not taking any bribes from outside. They came out. What powerful life spiritual essence fluctuations. Inside the heavenly deity institution, there were those who watched the distant spiritual mountain with envy. Blood radiance surged, divine essence rippling powerfully. They knew that those who had the qualifications to enter the Phoenix blood pool had great accomplishments. They already came out. One could tell without even thinking about it that they definitely obtained great benefits. What a waste. There was one other person who originally also had the qualifications to enter, but he unexpectedly didn't have a chance with the heavenly deity institution, missing out. A few people nodded, knowing that the one they spoke about was Xianxia. With his talents, after arriving here, there would have definitely been an important role for him. Even if there were descendants of true immortals and long-life beings here. Xianxia didn't fight a bloody struggle because he had his cultivation sealed. In addition, this 3-headed 6-armed creature truly was powerful, not someone he could defeat. This powerful creature's entire body was covered in silver scales, including its face, as if it was a demonic god stone engraving. Its blood energy was restrained, making one feel pressure. Not long afterwards, they arrived at a part of the void. There was a large scarlet boat here, something used when crossing the sky domain. One could imagine how long this journey was going to take. Only Xianxia felt as if something wasn't right. After coming here, the 3-headed 6-armed silver creature unexpectedly placed him on the ship, and after obtaining a few heavenly treasures from an expert, turned around to leave. It wasn't the silver 3-headed 6-armed creature who was going to personally see him off to that ancient mine. Xianxia discovered that he seemed to have been sold. When he thought of this, golden light erupted from Xianxia's eyes. He was actually purchased by someone at such a low price? This really was a hateful and shameless thing. He had just arrived in immeasurable heaven, yet he encountered this type of disaster, in the end even sold like this. This large scarlet ship definitely had something greatly wrong with it. It was several tens of thousands of zhang long, extremely large, entirely scarlet red as if it had been soaked in blood. It looked a bit stifling, even more so releasing a type of bloody fiendish aura. Generally speaking, part of the owner's style can be sensed from the magical artifact. This enormous ship was dark red like blood, carrying thick killing intent, the owner clearly not of the kind sort. Soon after, he knew that this was a pirate ship full of crime and blood. It moved through the cosmos starry sky, its reputation notorious. Xianxia felt a wave of pent-up frustrations. He had just arrived in the 9 heavens, yet he already encountered this type of thing, being sold off to this type of vicious place, becoming a captive. The scarlet red pirate ship was extremely well known in immeasurable heaven. The captain of the ship was a formidable expert with tremendous strength, someone who always acted viciously, traveling domineeringly between heaven and earth. However, he had been living well this entire time, not being eliminated by anyone. In reality, the reason this pirate ship could remain unharmed was also because it had secret dealings with many great powers with mutual interests involved. For example, it often sent slaves with decent cultivation levels to Origin Ancient Mine, selling them to great powers to have them excavate divine materials. There were many people on the ship, extremely crowded. Most of them were slaves, all of them locked up in a designated area. Unfortunately, Hao became one of them. He looked at these creatures with lifeless expressions, spirits numb, and then he suddenly felt that he was still quite lucky. At the very least, he was still full of vigor, not tormented to this level of dejectedness. Only soon after, there was an elder that dealt him a heavy mental blow. "Youngster, you should relax while you can. Once you enter the ancient mine, you might die at any time." The blood-colored ship took off the destination outer space. It was because the so-called Origin Ancient Mine floated in the sky above, long moving into outer space, adjacent to a few large stars. Aside from the endless space all around them, there were many formations along the way, requiring one to be careful when moving. That was why the Scarlet Blood ship didn't move too quickly. It was black and ice-cold in outer space, even the areas with stellar radiance appearing quite desolate. It had to be said that this area was extremely frightening. There were all types of skeletal remains, all of them drifting through the dark cosmos, extremely shocking. Apart from there were enormous meteors that rushed past from time to time. Of course, the most dangerous were still those damaged weapons, banners, and other things. Those were all left behind from ancient wars, covered in ancient formations and other things. As a result, this region was extremely special. One had to carefully move through this place. If an accident happened, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Things like this had happened before. When a few large ships traveled through this area, bashing left and right as they advanced, some of them exploded. Some of them were transported into the depths of the cosmos, thus never seen again. Several days passed. Hao was quite shocked. This scarlet ship slowed down its speed, not daring to move recklessly, carefully making its way through many damaged formations. Walala! Not far out, a small banner swayed back and forth. It released ripples, shattering a comet that flew past into pieces. This was quite striking. Even though this place was like ruins with all types of damaged things, it really wasn't a good place to provoke. All of these things could easily turn into great killing weapons. However, the scarlet ship's people's eyes didn't become glowing hot with greed, because lessons had previously been taught through blood. There were those who had previously tried to obtain these damaged artifacts. But as soon as they approached, a formation was activated, tearing apart flesh and bone. Those things, even though they had drifted in the cosmos void for endless years, they were still dangerous. This was especially the case if contact was made, which would very likely trigger their explosion. This was a killing formation set by an unmatched expert to begin with, known to be able to kill gods and wipe out immortals, forcefully oppress everyone, omnipotent. That was why this place ended up like this. Only the damaged artifacts from when the formation was built left behind. Between these words, a ship arrived from the distance. The people on that ship saw a shining pearl, and then they couldn't hold back, wanting to seize it. Hong! As a result, Scarlet Blood ship's people all trembled. The ship in the distance exploded, turning into pieces. Everyone died buried along here. This is a curse land. No one can display greed towards any of the ruined artifacts here, or else a great disaster would be incurred. Someone of Scarlet Blood shipside. Finally, they arrived, approaching their destination. That was a star, extremely massive and also extremely desolate. There were no plants, grit everywhere, as well as a scorched blackness. When one looked down from above, this star was extremely ugly. Not a single blade of grass growing, lacking life. Everything was just that drab and gray. The Origin Ancient Mine was precisely on that star. It was rumored that it was originally above immeasurable heaven's great earth, but it attracted too many cultivators, and each time, Many people died as a result, including heroes of different clans. In the end, left with no choice, after the different clans discussed among themselves, great figures joined up and refined that area into a star, sending it into outer space. Of course, during this process, they didn't dare touch the ancient mine in the slightest, but instead moved everything within a range of 100,000 li, then refined it into a star. Everyone knew that this star was extremely special, yet no one was daring enough to truly explore its contents. It was because there were too many uncertainties with that place. Finally, they arrived. Suddenly, the void trembled, earth quaking and mountains shaking. The stars were resonating in response as well. Not good. Many people on Scarlet Blood ship cried out. Even the captain of the ship appeared for the first time. His entire body was surrounded by divine multicolored mist, body trembling slightly, doing everything he could to move the precious ship away. An unexpected event happened today. A terrifying aura rushed at them. On Scarlet Blood ship, everyone was shocked, as if they were facing hell, on the verge of death. The feeling that star gave them wasn't too good. At this time, including sure how many people saw a scene they would find hard to forget for the rest of their lives. They were all still like wooden chickens, as if they became stupefied. There was an ancient mine on the star's surface. It released auspicious multicolored radiance that affected the stars in the heavens, forming a vast and boundless domain. It seemed to be breathing, rising and falling, releasing streak after streak of ripples that engulfed the heavens. That is, Origin Ancient Mine. Many people's voices were trembling. There was this type of immortal mine on that great star, this type of scene. It was too shocking. The ancient mine has revived again. We are quite lucky. Coming here when it is devouring heaven and earth's spiritual essence, Scarlet Blood ship's captain said. Soon after, everyone understood what was happening. That ancient mine continuously changed, immortal light shining brilliantly. Now it returned to its natural state, black holes occasionally forming. Heavens! There are stars falling. Someone cried out loudly. When the Origin Ancient Mine became pitch black, it became like a black hole, devouring stars from all directions, truly powerful and terrifying. Compared to the enormous Origin star, that ancient mine wasn't that large, but it devoured all of those stars. This space immediately became incomparably brilliant. Great stars fell, drawing out brilliant tails in the void, all of them entering that cave entrance. This was truly hard to believe. Everyone became stunned, all of them dumbstruck. This type of scene was too terrifying. Only Scarlet Blood ship's captain was still relatively calm, because he had heard before that this ancient mine was reviving, replenishing its spiritual essence, needing to devour a large amount of stars. This is just too ridiculous. While feeling fear, everyone could only sigh with admiration like this. Sure how opened his heavenly eyes, understanding that that ancient mine seemed to be breathing. As it inhaled and exhaled, great stars from outer space fell one after another, absorbed by it. While breathing, auspicious multicolored light surged, brilliant colors flowing about. Finally, Scarlet Blood ship made it to a safe region. The main reason was because the captain was powerful enough, forcefully moving it far into the distance. Each time Origin Ancient Mine moves, there will be a long period of calmness. This really is quite the luck. You all might be able to pick a few pieces of life stone. Scarlet Blood ship's captain gave the ship's people a look, saying it like this. Finally, after who knew how much time had passed, Origin Ancient Mine calmed down, no longer devouring the sun, moon, and stars, becoming extremely quiet. All right, we can go over now, Scarlet Blood ship's captain said. The large ship began to move, slowly descending towards that star, eventually making contact with its surface. Meanwhile, a few other large ships appeared, descending on this star. They were all cultivators that escaped during the previous danger, now returning. There were quite a few people from great powers, coming here all for the sake of digging up supreme treasures and other things from around the ancient mine's vicinity. Did you all not see? Before the ancient mine revived, there were many figures inside, just too terrifying. Every single one of them carried primal chaos, exceptionally powerful. Why were there many people inside? Many of the creatures on Scarlet Blood ship who was coming here for the first time were puzzled, faces full of shock. Those are skeletal remains. They were nourished by the life essence energy within year in year out, thus developing intelligence. That's incorrect. There are many immortal kings buried inside. Perhaps there is all life Earth that can ensure that all things remain in an undying state. After endless time, they returned. Who knows? They might have revived. Everyone discussed among themselves, all of them extremely shocked. Immortal king? Scarlet Blood ship's captain laughed coldly, shaking his head, saying, "This ancient mine is ancient to an unimaginable degree. In Immortal ancient great era, it had previously been filled in. Yet in this era, it was unearthed again." When the others heard him say this, many of them revealed unusual expressions. This was especially true for the experts of a few great sects. They were even more surprised. It was because these people more or less knew some secrets. They had their suspicions that this ancient mine was terrifyingly ancient, some of the ancient corpses inside possibly even older than Immortal ancient great era. Immortal energy! Someone cried out like this at this moment. At the entrance of the ancient mine, strand after strand of immortal mists pervaded the air. That type of energy was incomparably holy and peaceful as it scattered out from the ancient cave. Everyone's eyes became red. This place was too mysterious. If they could cultivate here, it was simply unimaginable, the natural luck too great. Immortal mists rose, the cave entrance faintly discernible and massive. A grand scene appeared there. Why is there a singing voice? An expert cried out in alarm, his scalp immediately going cold, feeling a deep sense of disbelief. Then the others also heard it. Singing voices sounded from the originally peaceful ancient cave. Even though it wasn't that clear, it was definitely real. That was a woman. Her voice elegant and graceful, sinuous and melodious, extremely pleasant to listen to, but also carrying a mournful type of feeling. In a flash, an exceptional beauty appeared before their eyes. She stepped on moonlight, ascending, snow-white clothes fluttered about, style exceptional. At her side, blade radiance and sword shadows could be seen. Heroic figures fought against each other, matchless heroes falling, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone fought for her sake, struggled for her. Is this an illusion? Forget about others. Even Scarlet Blood ship's captain felt a wave of shock, fiercely shaking his head, forcing himself free from this type of singing voice. He discovered that his entire body was already covered in cold sweat, his battle clothes drenched, only now snapping back to reality, freeing himself from that mysterious state. This really was a bit frightening. Someone as powerful as him who could travel unhindered through immeasurable heaven, someone who rarely had enemies, was like a lost youth here, his emotions rising and falling from someone's voice, losing himself. How shocking, someone said with a sigh. This was just a song, no one actually walking out from Origin Ancient Mine, but it made one feel as if they personally experienced all those scenes. I don't think that indistinct white-clothed woman was an illusion. Everyone saw her just now, right? A great expert said. In reality, the ancient mine was peaceful, immortal energy pervading the air. There wasn't any white-clothed woman who walked out. All of this a strange type of reaction. Right? I saw an exceptional beauty. Even though I didn't truly see her, she was definitely the most beautiful woman throughout eternity, someone said, almost deliriously raving. Exactly, I also saw her. She moved under the moonlight. Many heroes engaged in a bloodbath. Someone added, revealing a fascinated expression, almost at a loss. The experts here were all silent. There were ancient corpses in this ancient mine, but why did a living person now appear as well? All of the extremely powerful individuals opened their mouths, but then closed them again, not saying anything. This place appeared more and more strange, mysterious, and unfathomable. Sure How saw it clearly just now as well. In reality, no one appeared. Those were just imprints produced by that pleasant singing voice, making people feel as if they really did see those scenes. Everyone knew that Origin Ancient Mine was a dangerous place, with most who entered dying. Only those with tremendous opportunities had a chance of returning with their lives. However, the people who went inside had never seen any living people, all of them ancient corpses, so what was going on with these scenes? Don't tell me that there are still pure lands we haven't discovered, a few other unknown areas, someone said quietly, expression serious. This was definitely not impossible. Moreover, even before, those who were lucky enough to come back alive only gave this place a hurried look, completely unable to find out just how many mysteries the ancient mine contained. There is likely someone who revived, a great figure said. The scene just now wasn't an ancient corpse that developed sentience. No malicious energy or deathly energy to be seen. It wasn't quite the same as what they saw just now, different from the ancient mine recorded in bone books. Could it be that there really is an immortal king buried inside, reviving with all life earth? Someone said, breaking out into a cold shiver. Finally, everything calmed down again. The singing voice had long disappeared, even the immortal energy released by the ancient cave starting to recede. A vast expanse of darkness could be seen when looking from the distance. The ancient cave was faint and indistinct, no one daring to approach it. At this point, all of the experts felt a bit of fear. If an existence with complete intelligence emerged from the ancient mine, no longer an ancient corpse who only had vague instincts, that would be incomparably terrifying. There was immediately a group of experts that left, fearing that staying here further would result in problems. Fortunately, the supervisors of the great powers that remained were still relatively calm, quickly stabilizing the situation. Then, they observed the situation for several days, discovering that it was just like before, not any bad changes happening because of this. Only then did they release a breath of relief. As for Scarlet Blood Ship, it had long taken off, escaping that very day. Sure Hao and the others totaled to 80 to 90,000. They were treated as slaves and sold to these great powers. If nothing unexpected happened, then they would die while excavating divine materials. His face was calm without any fluctuations, treating this with silence. Waves of killing intent towards Yuanqing surged within him. This person actually dealt with him like this. The Scarlet Blood Ship left into the distance. Many days later, when Yuanqing obtained news, his expression remained calm. Suppressing you for 10 years. Seems like I worried too much. Abnormalities appeared in Origin Ancient Mine, so those powers will likely search frantically. You should just first think about how to survive, Yuanqing said to himself. He acted on his own accord, suppressing Sure Hao for 10 years, but now felt that instead of doing this, he might as well have just directly killed him. However, he was still worried that someone would investigate into this. If he acted too directly, it would be making things quite difficult for him. Even though this was also crossing the line, he at least had a reason. Half a month had passed. Sure Hao and the others were all strictly guarded. Close watch placed over them. Even though close to 100 slaves were transported over, they were sold off separately. He was sold off to an ancient family together with several thousand others, used to excavate heavenly materials for them. Even though they already had restrictions placed on them, these ancient families still wouldn't feel at ease unless they set their own restrictions. Of course, they didn't invite experts to restrict everyone one by one, as that would use up too much time. Instead, special magical artifacts were used to control these slaves. For example, when it was Sure Hao's turn, he first had shackles placed on him, and then they used a piece of mysterious stone to examine his potential and fighting strength. That strange rock immediately flourished with radiance. We picked up treasure. This slave is extremely formidable, not ordinary at all. Someone cried out, drawing the attention of this ancient family. They had a mysterious strange stone that could examine one's strength and potential. Even though it wasn't that accurate, generally speaking, it would still do its job. That strange stone flourished with radiance, alarming a group of people. It had been many years since they saw someone like this, let alone a slave like this. Truly unexpected. One can even find a good successor after purchasing a slave. Gotcha. Soon after, this rock shattered, smashed apart by the multicolored light Sure Hao's body emitted, turning into broken pieces. This left them even more shocked. With a hula sound, this ancient family's people all swarmed over, ordering people to seal this place, not letting anyone else approach. Formidable, even breaking the examining stone. This brat is a bit strange. Bring the 7-colored wondrous stone to examine him. Let's see how formidable his potential really is. Someone said, eyes brilliant. There aren't any left. The 7-colored wondrous stones have already been exhausted. We won't be able to get our hands on one for some time. Someone replied. When Shurhao heard their conversation, he didn't say anything, facing them silently. Youngster, what is your name? D. Shurhao replied. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. This name really was domineering. Someone actually truly dared to take on this name. Actually daring to use this name, a single character D. Ha. Someone said like this. They looked at him, saying, regardless of whether this name is fake or not, it'll do as a code name for now. It's beneath us to bother investigating. What I wish to ask is what inheritance you are from. What kind of background? I grew up in the great wasteland from my youth, only joining the world now, but was deceived and captured by a scoundrel. Shurhao said expressionlessly. Lies. Speak of your background. Someone shouted. In addition, an elder directly took action, placing his palm on Shurhao's forehead, wishing to explore his sea of consciousness and directly acquire his memories. Shurhao glared at him. His identity was about to be investigated, resulting in him having no secrets to speak of. Even his supreme powerful precious techniques were going to be seized. Immediately afterwards, the elder was shocked, hurriedly retracting his hands. It was because he had just operated bone texts. Yet the space between Shurhao's brows was splitting apart, blood starting to flow out. There are restrictions. Once examined, the primordial spirit will rupture. The others' faces fell. This was the restriction Shurhao placed on himself previously. Willow deity method, lightning emperor symbols, Kuanpeng imprints, all of them were protected. He tried to imitate other archaic vicious beasts, doing this to prevent the inheritances from leaking. His primordial spirit had restrictions, so even if he became a captive, he wouldn't have to worry much. Of course, this also meant that if others forcefully searched, his soul would explode, falling here. These people stopped, not continuing. Youngster, you have to let us see your value, how you are different. Otherwise, you will only be regarded as a normal slave and die in the mines. One of them said. Undo the fetters. Shurhao calmly said. These people were quite straightforward, all of them experts. There were sect master level figures here, not fearing that he would act out. When Shurhao recovered, he directly released a strand of immortal energy. It surrounded his body, auspicious energy pervading the air, great power spreading. See, these people gasped. This youngster was powerful after all, leaving them greatly shaken. Cultivated immortal energy, this type of aptitude is not ordinary after all. He should have entered the heavenly deity institution. An elder sighed. Just one strand of immortal energy. Entering the heavenly deity institution will be too difficult. Another person shook his head. Likely the number 1 expert of his clan in this ancient mine region. Shurhao didn't hesitate. Right now, he needed to display his strength, and only then would he attract their attention, thus being regarded as important, increasing his chances of freeing himself. The second strand of immortal energy appeared, but it was a bit faint, not that distinct. This was done intentionally. Good. These people were pleasantly surprised. They never expected that a random slave they purchased would be so outstanding. These people looked at each other, revealing strange looks, revealing a radiance from Shurhao's eyes he couldn't really understand. It flashed past their eyes. 2 strands of immortal energy. This was an outstanding genius even in immeasurable heaven. A rarely seen talent that would be chased after by all sects and protected. It was because once someone like this grew up, they would inevitably become a great expert who would inspire awe throughout the empire. Youngster. D. Do you wish to enter the heavenly deity institution? An elder asked in an amicable manner. I heard about it. If I can go and take a look, then that's naturally not a bad thing. Shurhao acted in neither a servile nor overbearing manner. Wu, my clan's young miss is there. If you are willing to follow by her side, we can consider sending you over. An elder said. Follow a woman? Sure Hao raised his head, purposely showing a look of disdain. Ha ha! Someone laughed, and then said, Youngster, do you think that cultivating 2 strands of immortal energy makes you unmatched under the sky? My clan's young miss could suppress you with a raise of her hand. She wishes to seize the number 1 fairy position in immeasurable heaven. Her cultivation profound, not something you can even imagine. Don't tell me she cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy? Sure Hao asked. Even more formidable than what you are thinking. The young miss carries unmatched immortal blood within her. She is not only my clan's, but all of immeasurable heaven's most brilliant pearl. The elder said. Long life family? Sure Hao looked at them. He always had a feeling that this clan had quite the experts. This was just a mine, yet there were several extraordinary figures overseeing it. He now understood a bit. An elder laughed and said, My clan had a long life being in the past, but that is already something of endless years ago, this founder long dying in battle. He didn't feel sentimental. Even though they felt some regret, a bit unwilling, time could erase everything, the past glory still something of the past. Then that is to say, your clan's young miss can be regarded as an immortal descendant, also one of the fairies not only in name but also in reality? Sure Hao asked, his eyes revealing a strange expression. In the past, when he had opposed Lin Tian and the others, he had previously brought up these types of families. Meanwhile, the blue-pupiled woman Lan Ling had mocked him, saying that if he was powerful enough, he could interact with true fairies in the heavenly deity institution, perhaps even taking them as his wife. At this moment, Sure Hao felt quite strange. He never expected there to really be these types of families, moreover meeting them like this. Only his status was just too embarrassing. Unexpectedly only a slave. Youngster, your ambitions don't seem to be that small, huh? Already ended up a prisoner. Yet your eyes are still flickering with divine light. You actually set your eyes on my clan's great daughter? Do not overestimate your worth. A middle-aged individual ridiculed. I do not have such intentions. Sure Hao shook his head. Ha. If you don't, then that is best. Someone nodded with a smile, and then looked at him, saying, We can send you into the heavenly deity institution. Only, their disciple selection has ended, so another method has to be used. Based on what they said, they could send Sure Hao in. But there was some issue with his identity. He had to join as their young Miss Battle servant. When Sure Hao heard this, his eyebrows immediately stood up. To enter with the identity of a servant. How could he accept this? The reason he revealed 2 strands of immortal energy was to expose his own potential, precisely to draw enough attention and have these people regard him as important. However, in the end, he still had to continue with the identity of a servant. This was a type of humiliation, something he definitely couldn't compromise with. Sure Hao became silent. He carefully thought to himself. Ever since he arrived in immeasurable heaven, he continuously encountered setbacks, unexpectedly becoming a captive, taken prisoner, turned into a slave. Truly was infuriating, leaving him feeling wronged. However, he couldn't roar outwards right now. He could only wait for an opportunity. You are not willing? There is no need to take offense. An elder continued to explain. This was just a plan of convenience. From what they said, every single heavenly deity institution disciple could bring a few servants. If Sure Hao entered with the status of a servant, the day would come when he would shine again. When the time came, there would be a chance to truly join the heavenly deity institution. Of course, this was on the premise that he agreed to follow at the young Miss side. Even though he could free himself from the status of slave, he couldn't betray them. He had to move together with the clan. In reality, there were many young experts who were moving. The heavenly deity institution had immortal caves, phoenix blood pool, and other things, any one of them great natural luck, things that would allow one to be born again. Many people wished to enter even if they had to become a servant. These people included the clan's most powerful young experts, powerful exceptional talents and others, willingly becoming temporary servants. It was to the extent where the pearls of clans, Individuals with exceptional appearances were willing to head there, establishing agreements with others. Of course, before setting out to the Heavenly Deity Institution, you need to do one thing. Perhaps only you can do it now. An elder spoke. Sure Hao didn't say anything. He already felt that these people wouldn't show goodwill for no reason. These people valued his potential, but it was unlikely for them to selflessly help him. In the end, his strength was to help make their clan's young miss look even better, to protect and follow that young lady. They would view him as one of that woman's strong subordinates. The competition in the Heavenly Deity Institution is fierce. Even our clan's pearl faces great pressure, requiring assistance, needing opportunities. The clan's people said. Sure Hao learned about some of the Heavenly Deity Institution's current circumstances from their mouths. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Presently, the Heavenly Deity Institution gathered the 9 heavens 10 earths heroes, all of them incredibly stunning, the outstanding talents of various ancient worlds. None of them were weak. With this group of heavenly talents gathered, regardless of whether they were children of emperors of immortals, they all felt a tremendous pressure. It was because a single mistake would result in them being overtaken by others. In that place, falling behind meant a loss of immortal Tao resources. Phoenix blood pool, immortal caves, long life medicines, Tao comprehension platforms, and other things were given to the most powerful individuals first. There was no line for the others to wade in. This made the experts more and more powerful, the distance pulled greater and greater. Sure Hao frowned, his eyes revealing cold light. At this moment, he finally understood the intentions of Yuan Qing. This was to purposely suppress him, leaving him in this ancient mine region to use up his time. This was simply slowly erasing him from the rankings. Currently, the geniuses were struggling against each other, the best time to rise up, but he was suppressed and sent to a land of death, making him lose out on the opportunity to compete and truly rise up in the Heavenly Deity Institution. Without a doubt, even if he continued living, he would lose out on those scriptures, immortal medicines, rebirth precious pools. Yuan Qing's mind was extremely ruthless, making Sure Hao feel a great hatred. What do you all want? Sure Hao asked. He finally spoke. There was something the clan's young miss needed here, so it would definitely suit him as well. Instead of resisting, he was better off hearing them out first, see if he could directly make use of it himself. Inside the Heavenly Deity Institution, heavenly talents compete against each other. Now, not only did they show their aptitudes, the strength of various families' support is also clear. An elder from the clan immediately spoke of the nature of the problem. They wished to find a piece of life stone here and then deliver it to the young miss who had immortal blood, have her walk at the front, come out ahead in the great clash between geniuses. Life stone, Sure Hao said to himself. He had heard about it before, but he didn't know about its concrete effects. He only knew that this thing could help extend the lifespans of sect master level and stronger figures, help them seize the natural luck between heaven and earth, a priceless treasure. You do not need to understand too much, only need to bring back 1 or 2 pieces, and then you can immediately leave this place. We will send you to the Heavenly Deity Institution. An elder said. This was their condition. If he wanted to free himself from his slave status, Sure Hao had to show his sincerity and bring back a life stone. If it was anyone else who heard this condition, their expressions would definitely change. This place had life stones, but it was extremely rare. Moreover, who dared enter the Origin ancient mine? What Sure Hao was thinking right now was that this heavenly treasure was definitely extremely useful for him and the young miss worth obtaining. He already missed out on the first opportunities inside the Heavenly Deity Institution, needing to make up for it through other means, closing the gap and then overtaking them. This place was worth the risk. Origin ancient mine, if it was without danger, it would be a place extremely suited to cultivation. There was true immortal energy there, not something other pure lands could compare to. Of course, if others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely curse him as a madman. How many people dared to set their eyes on the ancient mine? Who would dare come here to cultivate? That was definitely some madman who didn't value his life. You wish to collect life stone? The clan's people were shocked, originally thinking they had to speak quite a few words of persuasion. needing to make threats and promises, but they never expected how to agree just like that. One had to bear in mind that those who had dared take the risk have pretty much all died. It was extremely difficult to succeed here. You've cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, of the same origin as that ancient mine's immortal mist, so it should be comparatively safer for you than for others, so there is no need to feel too much worry. This is the best time to search for Life Stone. A middle-aged man encouraged. I do not need to hear these words of comfort. Please give me the corresponding secret treasures and others. Bring all of the things that will help me survive. Xianxia said. Since he couldn't leave, Yuanqing sent him here. These people wouldn't let him go either. Then he was better off just taking the risk. Youngster, you are quite courageous. I am quite optimistic about your future. If you are stunning enough here, it isn't that there is no chance for you to walk side by side with my clan's pearl at that time. It was clear that the elder was exaggerating, trying to encourage Xianxia, not hesitating to throw out sweet bait. However, his efforts were used on the wrong person. Xianxia directly cut him off, saying, "Please help me prepare precious artifacts and other things." The expressions of the experts here felt a bit embarrassed, but they returned to normal soon after. "We are quite delighted to see you agree. Little friend is a bright and open-minded person. We won't say too much about other things and will quickly make preparations for you." They undid all of Xianxia's shackles, undid his restrictions. However, an elder produced a diamond band, requiring him to wear it on his head. This was their clan's secret treasure. Once it was worn on the head, it was extremely difficult to remove, binding tighter and tighter. They said candidly that they had to do this. After all, with all of Xianxia's restrictions undone, what if he ran? The diamond band was bright, resplendent with silvery white light. Unknown what type of material exactly was used. It was extremely brilliant and flowing with all types of mysterious bone texts. It looked like a bracelet, but now, it was enlarged, wrapping around Xianxia's head, turning into a suppressing magical artifact. Origin Star, this was a place without plant life, only dry and withered mountains, extremely desolate. However, despite this being the case, it was still divided up by many great powers, each occupying a region. During these days, all of the great powers were moving, sending slaves and others, dispatching experts to look around the ancient mine entrance's vicinity. The so-called vicinity was still several hundred meters out. If it was too close, it would be extremely dangerous. Who knows, they might just be sucked in by that ancient mine. However, each time Origin ancient mine calmed down again, it would be comparatively more peaceful, and bloody events would rarely happen. This was precisely the reason why only in recent days did everyone display more activity. Xianxia made his preparations. Even though he was forced to wear the diamond band around his head, making him feel rather indignant inside, he still endured it. He couldn't help but sigh. After arriving in immeasurable heaven, everything went badly, actually being taken prisoner like this. He was waiting for a chance to erupt, rush through all obstructions. During these days of preparation, he also understood how powerful this clan was. This clan took on the surname Wang, rumored to be a clan that had survived from Immortal Ancient. Their ancestors' strength was profound. Previously an immortal Dao figure, long life and undying, but died in battle during the Immortal Ancient years. Wang clan, using this as their surname, their ancestor was rumored to have touched the Immortal King domain. Xianxia went on his way. The clan prepared all types of corresponding secret treasures for him, everything in order. He was going to enter Origin Ancient Mine,